Chapter 1207. Omniscient old man's roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. It was filled with madness, fury, and indescribable regret. He was lost between his memories and reality. He seemed to have returned to that day in front of the big tree, the day he slaughtered Hongjuan's disciples. The madness he had been suppressing for 10 years of reincarnation was awakened at this moment. His murderous aura burst out like an unstoppable tide, which instantly drowned the 12th floor of the earth abyss. The baleful aura became a sea, an illusory sea. All the light ants were like mayflies in the sea, so insignificant. Under the influence of the omniscient old man's murderous aura, even standing was difficult. What kind of baleful aura is this? Mother Inmu, Hua Su, and the other sage-to-be of the light ant tribe all broke out in a cold sweat. Under the influence of this murderous aura, they all felt terrified. At the same time, the cries of countless ghosts resounded throughout the 12th level of the earth abyss. That ghostly wail was not an illusion, but a real existence. It was the resentment and curse of the souls of the omniscient old man. Then, many illusory soul shadows manifested from the resentment. Like lost fish, they swam in the omniscient old man's illusory fiendish aura sea. That wasn't a true soul, but rather a mirage. It was the embodiment of karma, the evil karma of the omniscient elder's life of slaughter. Are these the people he killed? As the illusory soul shadows manifested one after another, Mother Een was so terrified that her face turned pale, because she recognized many of them. They were all famous existences in the true world. A soul hunter. Hongjun Saint Clan's third-generation disciple, second-level quasi-sage. Perfected He Ping. Hongjun Saint Clan's third-generation disciple, first-level quasi-sage. Golden Cauldron Immortal. Hongjun Saint Clan's third-generation disciple, second-level quasi-sage. Feng Hanzi. Hongjun Saint Clan's third-generation disciple, an ancient great cultivator. Venerated True Lord of Three Seas. Hongjun Saint Clan's third-generation disciple, an ancient great cultivator. The more Mother Een watched, the more shocked she became. All-knowing old man had killed many ancient cultivators, and not just one or two, but dozens of them. The ancient great cultivators were actually so easy to kill for this person. Furthermore, this person seemed to be targeting the disciples of the Hongjun holy sect. Did he have a blood feud with the Hongjun holy sect? When the 9-colored soul shadows appeared, the fear of Mother Een and the others finally rose to the extreme. This was because the 9 colors were the exclusive colors of providence for sages. It's fake. It was all fake. No matter how strong Omniscient was, it was impossible for him to kill a saint. I don't believe it. The immortal elder of the East Pole. Hongjun Holy Clan's second-generation disciple, Merit Saint. 9 Mountains Dragon Sovereign. Hongjun Holy Clan's second-generation disciple, 3 Corpse Primogenitor. What was even more ridiculous was yet to come. The first-generation disciple of the Hongjun Holy Clan, the shadow of Heavenly Lord Yuanshir's half-head suddenly appeared. It was as if the omniscient old man had once chopped off half of the Heavenly Lord Yuanshir's head. But how was that possible? The primordial Lord of Heaven was a desolate saint. Who had the ability to chop off half of the head of a saint of the primordial era? Ridiculous, too ridiculous. It was getting more and more fake. Mother Een suddenly calmed down. If omniscient old man was really so heaven-defying and killed so many Hongjun experts, why hadn't she heard of omniscient old man before? Yes, I've never heard of it. I've never heard of it at all. No matter what, she was a cultivator from the true world, so why had she never heard of this person before? However, she did not know that the reincarnation where the all-knowing old man slaughtered the Hongjun disciples was not the reincarnation she was currently in. She was not a saint, so she naturally could not know what had happened in other reincarnations. But it did not mean that some things had never happened. For example, those subordinates who followed omniscient old man through reincarnations really had these memories, the same idea began to grow in the hearts of the other experts of the Light Ant clan. More and more people began to doubt the strength of omniscient old man fake. It must be fake. The cultivation aura that omniscient old man showed and the soul shadows he killed were all illusions. They were all fake. This person was so cunning and despicable. He actually pretended to be a saint-slaughtering expert and came to the holy city of the Light Ant clan to stir up trouble. Did he really think that we, the Light Ants, were fools? Would we be scared by such a lowly trick? High Priest, what should we do now? That omniscient old man kept asking us for our junior brother. When did we ever capture his junior brother? This person is obviously crazy. How should we deal with him? Should we persuade him with kind words, or fight? Venerable Eagle Young asked ingratiatingly. At the critical moment of the Light Ant clan, he was finally released from the Yin Wind world by Mother Yin. After experiencing Mother Yin's ability to capture a sage-to-be in one move, he was completely convinced by Mother Yin and did not dare to contradict her. Humph. Do you still need to ask? Of course, fight. The Holy Ant clan's face was just stepped on by a thief once. How could it be stepped on a second time? Pass down my order. All the male ants above the immortal Emperor realm are to fuse and kill omniscient old man with the strongest power. Although Mother Yin did not believe in omniscient old man's monstrous achievements, she still decided to act cautiously. She used the strongest fusion method of the Light Ant clan. Venerable Eagle Young became the main body of fusion. The other immortal emperors, Sage-to-be, and Sage-to-be of the Light Ant clan all turned into flowing light and fused into his body. His power began to surge. Venerable Eagle Yang's cultivation realm rose steadily, from the first stage to the second stage, and then to the third stage of the ancient Grand Cultivator. Venerable Eagle Young, who had the cultivation of an ancient Grand Cultivator, was undoubtedly powerful and terrifying. At this moment, Venerable Eagle Young felt the greatness of power. Even a second stage Sage-to-be like Mother Yin seemed to be insignificant dust in his eyes. No one could be a match for him. Only an ancient Grand Cultivator could fight against an ancient Grand Cultivator. At this moment, Venerable Eagle Young had such confidence in his heart. Eagle Young, it's up to you now. I want you to kill omniscient old man within 10 moves. Mother Yin ordered. Don't order me. I'm not Venerable Eagle Young now. I'm Great Sage Eagle Sky. No one can tell me what to do. Not even you. Venerable Eagle Young was obviously inflated. Even a great sage came out. Was that a title he could use? Even ordinary sages wouldn't dare to use it. Mother Yin's pretty face turned cold. She was rather dissatisfied with Venerable Eagle Yang's tone. However, she could tell that Venerable Eagle Yang's arrogant tone was not his own will. It was just that his body had fused with too much Tao and intent of the Light Ant clan's experts, and he could not control his Tao heart. At this moment, Venerable Eagle Young could not suppress his thoughts at all. He would directly express them in his actions. It was not strange for people who were not strong enough to be swallowed by power. Fusion was not a good thing. Mother Yin would never participate in this kind of fusion. She did not want to bear the series of side effects that came with the fusion. It won't take more than 10 moves. I only need one move to kill omniscient old man. Ha ha ha. Venerable Eagle Young laughed arrogantly. Then, his figure flashed. It was as if he had shrunk into the world and appeared in front of omniscient old man. He looked at omniscient old man arrogantly. He curled his finger arrogantly and provoked, "Come and fight, ant. I hope you can bring me some fun." Omniscient old man's pupils dilated instantly. His eyes were bloodshot. He did not look at Venerable Eagle Young, nor did he care about Venerable Eagle Yang's provocation. He only looked at Venerable Eagle Yang's curled finger. Memories surged like a tide. He seemed to have returned to the true world, to the blood-stained Tao spirit world of the Hongjun sacred sect. He seemed to have seen that person again. The person whose body was even bigger than the universe after he used his divine ability. The aloof and emotionless Hongjun patriarch. After that person waved his horsetail whisk, he also curled his finger at him. Come, Han Nitian. Since you have the name of defying the heavens, try and see if you can resist half a finger of mine. Can I resist half a finger of mine? No, I can't do it. That person was too strong. He was not his opponent at all. He could not even touch the corner of his clothes. You can't struggle anymore. How boring. Since that is the case, I will not hold back anymore. In this battle, you killed 971 of my fourth-generation disciples. I will break 971 layers of your Tao bones. In this battle, you killed 64 of my third-generation disciples. I will break 64 of your defying crane wings. In this battle, you killed 2 of my second-generation disciples. I will destroy your eyes. In this battle, you injured half of my disciple primordial beginning's head. I will also destroy half of your sea of consciousness. You have the name of defying the heavens. I will take away your name. From now on, in the endless world of reincarnation, there will no longer be anyone called Han Nitian. Ah 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 ah. Omniscient old man roared at the sky. Venerable Eagle Yang did not know that his action of curling his finger had completely angered omniscient old man. Hongjun. You can break my Tao bones, break my wings, destroy my eyes and sea of consciousness. You can even take away my name. But I will not allow you to hurt this big tree. He is my junior brother. He is my junior brother. Ah 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 ah. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. I will kill you. I will kill you. At this moment, Eagle Yang was no longer Eagle Yang. In omniscient old man's crazy eyes, Eagle Yang was Hongjun. He was the culprit who killed his junior brother. A biting cold demonic aura gushed out from omniscient old man's body. Behind him, there was a shocking shadow of a crane. That crane had no bones, no wings, no eyes, no name. Moreover, half of its head had been cut off and was dripping with blood. What kind of crane is this? Venerable Eagle Yang's heart was beating wildly for no reason. He could not suppress it no matter how hard he tried. It was unreasonable. There was no reason for him to be afraid of such a miserable crane. However, his heart could not stop beating wildly. Intuition told Eagle Yang that at this moment, he must not give omniscient old man a chance to make a move. He must make the first move. Otherwise, he would lose all his chances. Saint Ring, appear. Eagle Yang was truly heaven-defying. He actually used his cultivation to create the shadow of the Saint Ring. After all, the Light Ant clan had given birth to a saint like the Ant Lord. It was not strange for the clan to have the secret technique of the Saint Ring. This was not the real Saint Ring. It was just a kind of imitation technique. However, it was still impressive. Once the Saint Ring appeared, Eagle Yang's aura increased greatly. With the help of the Saint Ring behind him, he forcefully used the magical power of a third-step saint. His Saint Ring began to spin rapidly. Billowing black aura flowed out of the Saint Ring. From afar, the Saint Ring looked like a black hole. The black hole continued to emit a boundless suction force. Countless flesh, mountains, and rivers were forcibly sucked into the black hole. Meanwhile, omniscient old man was in the center of the black hole's suction force. This suction force could not be resisted unless one was a great ancient cultivator. Even an outstanding second-step saint could not guarantee that he would not be sucked into the black hole and suffer a lot. However, this black hole could not absorb omniscient old man at all. Eagle Yang was wondering how omniscient old man resisted the suction force of his Saint Ring. Suddenly, his vision turned black. Omniscient old man, who was shrouded in the shadow of the crane, was already in front of him. He did not even see clearly how omniscient old man attacked. He was already flying backward while vomiting blood. The saint ring that he was so proud of was shattered with a single blow. The light ant fusion technique that he was so proud of was shattered with a single blow. Countless streams of light flew out of Eagle Yang's body. In the process of flying backward, the streams of light collapsed and were destroyed. It was unknown how many immortal emperors and half-sages of the light ant race were killed by omniscient old man. Blood rained down on the light ant race's holy city. Only Eagle Yang and the other 2 half-sages did not die. However, they were seriously injured and on the verge of death. They fell heavily like meteorites into the light ant race's holy city. What did he do? Eagle Yang was scared to death. He did not know what kind of heaven-defying divine ability omniscient old man had used to destroy his great ancient cultivator fusion technique in one move. How could this person be so terrifying? What kind of divine ability was that? Mother Een and Flower Puppet, who were not involved in the situation, saw it clearly. Omniscient old man did not use any divine ability in this attack. He only used the crane shadow that shrouded his body and casually waved his crane claw. Just a casual strike of the crane claw had the power to destroy the world. Even the great ancient cultivators could not block it. This person was actually so strong. Could it be that those soul shadows are real? He really has the strength to kill saints. He even cut off half of the head of a desolate saint. Mother Een and Flower Puppet trembled and fell into despair. Fusing with the great ancient cultivators was already the strongest technique of the light ant race. However, it could not even block omniscient old man. This person's strength was already beyond the heavens. If he wanted to destroy the light ant race could only wait for death. In Mother Yin's desperate eyes, the crane shadow around omniscient old man launched the second attack. The power of the crane claw caused the 12th level of the earth abyss to collapse completely. It shattered into countless broken spaces and floated in the void. The power of this attack could ignore the hardness of the Ant Lord Saint's spine and directly destroy this world. This kind of strength was simply unstoppable. The holy city of light ants was smashed into pieces by the omniscient old man's claw and turned into ruins. The defensive array formation was completely useless. Countless light ants were destroyed in the collapse, torn to pieces by the omniscient old man. Mother Een and Flower Puppet vomited blood and flew out in the collapse. They were like ants that were swept away by the wind and were unable to resist at all. In the collapsing wind, Mother Een forcefully stabilized her body. She could not sit still and watch the light ant race be destroyed. She could not. She did not dare to fight against omniscient old man anymore. God knew if omniscient old man would tear her into pieces if he attacked again. She wanted to compromise with omniscient old man, but it was already too late. Senior, stop. We did not hurt your junior brother. We really did not. Please let us, the light ant race, live. We are willing to pay any price to appease Senior's anger. The arrogant Mother Een was actually begging for mercy. He could not hear it. Omniscient old man was completely crazy. He could not hear anything. There seemed to be a wild beast roaring in his heart. It was a patch of darkness. He only wanted to destroy, destroy. Senior, please, stop. Mother Een cried. She saw omniscient old man's crane shadow raised its claw for the 3rd time and was about to attack. She wanted to stop it, but she could not even get close to omniscient old man. She was directly sent flying by omniscient old man's powerful aura. The light ant race is really going to be annihilated, no one could stop him. She didn't even understand why the omniscient old man who had been pretending to be crazy all these years would go crazy this time. Junior brother, when had her light ant race ever hurt the omniscient junior brother? This annihilation of the entire race was really unjust. Wait. The light ant race seems to have really hurt someone recently. Could it be that the devil named Ning Fan is omniscient old man's junior brother? Judging from the way this devil behaves, it seems like they are from the same sect. Senior, stop. Stop. You want to find your junior brother, don't you? I know where your junior brother is. He is not dead. He is still alive and well. He is at the 13th vertebra. The 13th vertebra. Mother Een used almost all of her cultivation base to shout out those words. Finally, some of her voice entered omniscient old man's ears, causing him to stop swinging his claw for the third time. The madness in his eyes also began to diminish. Then, his eyes became blank. Junior brother is not dead. That's good. That's good. But, who is junior brother? Omniscient old man looked at Mother Een blankly. Then, he looked at Crane's shadow behind him and looked at the 12th level of the earth abyss that had completely collapsed. Who is it? Who made the 12th level of the earth abyss into such a state? Don't they know that this place is an important place to suppress the Ant Lord? If they are not careful, the Ant Lord will wake up and break out of the seal. Speak. Who made this place into such a state? Omniscient old man roared furiously and questioned Mother Een. It's Senior, you did it yourself. Could it be that Senior doesn't remember? Mother Een was furious, but she did not dare to show it on her face. Could it be that this fellow has forgotten the good things he did when he went crazy? Huh? Was it me? Impossible. I have nothing better to do. Why would I destroy the 12th level? What benefits would I get from breaking the seal here? Don't lie to me. I don't read much, but I know a lot. According to the situation of the cracks here, the culprit should be some kind of ferocious bird. After all, the claw mark that tore the heavens and earth is too obvious and deeply engraved in the great Tao. Ferocious bird. So it's a ferocious bird. Omniscient old man looked at Crane's shadow behind him again and felt extremely embarrassed. He silently kept Crane's shadow back into his body. It seemed that he was the one who caused the trouble here. This is troublesome. Once the seal of the 12th level is broken, there will be unforeseen events in the lower levels. Boom. 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 Suddenly, there was a loud noise that could move the mountains and overturn the seas. It came from the lower levels and confirmed Omniscient Old Man's guess. Omniscient Old Man knew that it was not good. He thought that this loud noise was caused by the awakening of the Ant Lord. If that was the case, it would be really troublesome. He immediately decided to go to the lower levels to find out what was going on. However, at this moment, a huge feeling of weakness came from his body. It caused his body to become weak and directly fell from the sky. He landed on the ruins of the city wall of the Light Ant clan. When those light ants who were still alive saw Omniscient Old Man, they immediately retreated in all directions. They were extremely afraid and didn't dare to go near Omniscient Old Man. Some timid light ants even knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Omniscient Old Man couldn't be bothered with those light ants. His face was as gloomy as water, and he had an attitude of not letting strangers approach him. Damn it! He must have forcefully torn the seal in his body when he went crazy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have destroyed the 12th level of the earth abyss so easily. He was once affected by Hong Jun's seal. His cultivation was not hindered at all. He had to bear a huge side effect when he forcefully tore the seal to recover part of his cultivation. After that, he couldn't use his magic power freely for several days. This is troublesome. I don't know what happened in the lower levels. I can only rest for a few days before going to investigate. If the Ant Lord really awakens, sigh, I can only suppress it again. Omniscient Old Man directly sat cross-legged in the ruins. Seeing his strange behavior, the experts of the Light Ant clan didn't dare to ask anything. They also didn't dare to leave rashly. They just quietly opened the ruins and cleaned up the corpses of their clansmen. No one dared to hate Omniscient Old Man. No one dared to take revenge. It was not that they didn't hate him, but they didn't dare to. Omniscient Old Man had already reached another level. Even if his magic power was obviously not enough and he was sitting cross-legged, no one dared to sneak up and attack him. Only the heavens knew that if this fellow was angered, he would go crazy again and kill all the remaining light ants with a single claw. This guy must have killed a saint before. At this moment, the light ants no longer doubted Omniscient Old Man's strength. They didn't even have the thought to resist. Speaking of which, why did I go crazy? I actually can't remember anything. Also, who is Han Nitian? This name is so familiar and strange. Why did this name suddenly appear in my mind? I can't remember the cause and effect at all. In a daze, Omniscient Old Man temporarily stopped his meditation. He exerted his finger force and wrote the 3 words Han Nitian on the ground. However, he could only write the 2 words. He could not finish the last stroke of the 3rd word no matter how hard he tried. It was as if these 3 words could not be put together no matter what. There was a supreme existence that forbade this from happening. This is strange. Omniscient Old Man shook his head and swept away his confusion. Then, he continued to meditate and adjust his breathing. When Omniscient Old Man was wreaking havoc on the 12th floor, Ning Fan was trying to climb the Dao Mountain of the Ant Lord. The moment he climbed up the Dao Mountain, the water at the foot of the mountain became still. The sound of the wind between heaven and earth also became still. Green light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. With his heavenly vision, he saw that the thing that stopped in the surroundings was not the water or the wind but time. It was as if the moment he climbed up the Dao Mountain, the entire time on the 15th floor had stopped flowing. The only thing that did not stop flowing was himself. This kind of stopping time involved the means of a saint. It contained endless profound principles. Even with Ning Fan's eyesight, he could not see through all of the profound principles. He could only see a very small part of it. Most of the parts had already exceeded the common sense of time that he understood. Ning Fan paused his footsteps and tried to comprehend these profound principles of time. After several attempts, he failed and had no choice but to give up helplessly. There was nothing he could do about it. His cultivation base was too weak. He was far from being able to touch the barrier of this profound principle of time. This kind of feeling was like a mortal trying to fish the moon out of the water. If he could not catch it, he would not be able to. Even if he tried 1,000,000 times, the result would still be the same. This Dao Mountain is the condensation of the Dao of the Ant Lord. Every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, and every stone on the mountain has a supreme Dao charm. It's not something that I can comprehend. I just need to take the things on the top of the mountain. As for the Ant Lord's Dao, there's no need for me to take it or comprehend it. People with different Daos cannot work together. The higher he climbed, the greater the pressure that the Dao Mountain gave Ning Fan. As such, the higher Ning Fan climbed, the slower his walking speed became. Gradually, every step he took seemed to require him to use all of his strength. After walking for an unknown period of time, Ning Fan finally exhausted all of his strength. He had no choice but to stop and rest for a while. He smiled bitterly. Sure enough, I still can't get used to using this tree body. Even though the pressure on the Dao Mountain is huge, I'm already so tired after just walking for such a short distance. No one knew what the tree body he mentioned was referring to. Only he knew that the tree body was referring to his tree demon clone. Tree demon clone was a secret technique that Ning Fan obtained when he killed the soul-sucking tree. He had already cultivated it to the minor completion realm by relying on the black wind gourd. However, he rarely used it because up until now, no one could really force him into a corner and force him to use his trump card, the tree demon clone. Once this technique is activated, he could use the Dao of wood to create a clone with the same cultivation base as his main body. With the current level of his clone, he could only create a tree demon clone. Currently, he was not using his main body on the Dao Mountain at all. Instead, he was using his clone. As for his main body, it was hidden in the void space, following closely behind his clone. Such a cautious way of doing things was enough to show how cautious and fearful he was of the Tao Mountain. Even though the cultivation base of the tree demon clone was the same as the main body, it could not inherit the cultivation base of the main body. Moreover, the clone could not last for too long. This also greatly limited the usage of the tree demon clone. Normally, it could only be used in battles or before entering a place of great danger. It could also be used to scout ahead and obtain information about the place. When he turned his head and looked at the foot of the mountain, he had already climbed to 1/10 of the mountain's height. When he looked at the peak of the mountain, it seemed to have increased by 1/10 of its height. It was as far away as it was at the beginning. If I climb 1 qi higher, the mountain will increase by 1 qi, if I climb 10 zhang higher, the mountain will increase by 10 zhang. This is the Tao Mountain. If I climb it with brute force, I will never be able to reach the peak of this mountain. If I use tricks to fly to the peak of the mountain, I will also fail. Ning Fan picked up a stone from beside his feet. He circulated his magic power and hurled it towards the peak of the mountain. Speaking of strange, when the stone was halfway through its flight, the space suddenly distorted and disappeared. After that, the stone strangely passed through the space and returned to Ning Fan's feet. This was the consequence of climbing the mountain through tricks, be it time or space, they were all under the control of this Tao Mountain. Unless the Tao Mountain allows it, it would be very, very difficult to reach the peak of the mountain, then, things would be simple. As long as the Tao Mountain allows it, everything will be fine. If it can save me trouble, why bother? Hey, Brother Shan. Can you do me a favor and let me fly directly to the peak of the mountain? Ning Fan suddenly smiled and started chatting with the entire mountain. Unfortunately, this Tao Mountain was not a member of the Immortal Spirit clan and it was not a pure-blooded immortal spirit. Thus, he could not use the blood contract with a divine spirit. Otherwise, he would be very willing to accept another servant of the Tao Mountain. No way. What does it have to do with me if you want to go to the peak of the mountain? Why should I make an exception for you? Besides, I am not your brother Shan. I am your big sister Xiao Shan. Big sister Xiao Shan. Ning Fan could not help but laugh. He actually got the gender of this Tao Mountain wrong. Come to think of it, it made sense. Since the Lord Ant was a female, it was not strange for her Tao Mountain to be a female. Moreover, since it was formed from the Lord Ant's Tao, it was not strange for the Tao Mountain to have a higher spiritual intelligence and be able to converse. Alright. Miss Xiao Shan, could you please do me a favor? Ning Fan's interest towards this Tao Mountain was piqued. This interest was not because the Lord Ant's Tao was profound and unfathomable. Instead, it was because the Tao Mountain itself was very interesting. Humph. You must call me Big Sister Xiao Shan. Otherwise, I will ignore you. This Tao Mountain let out a soft harumph. How arrogant. Hee hee. I am older than you. How can I call you Big Sister? If I want to call you, I should call you Little Sister. Ning Fan said with a smile. You are older than me. This is impossible. Don't try to lie to me. Your bone age is obviously only 100,000 years old. I am already at the age of 10 generations of reincarnation. I am old enough to be your grandmother. Yes, let's do it this way. Don't call me Big Sister Xiao Shan anymore. Call me Grandma Xiao Shan. How old are 10 generations of reincarnation? Ning Fan asked in surprise. You don't even know this? How stupid. One era is 1 million ancient times. One ancient time is 4 springs. One spring every 8,000 years and one autumn every 8,000 years. Wait, don't disturb me. Let me calculate how old I am. How many 8,000 years are 4? 1 million ancient times is. How many? Boo-hoo. I can't calculate it. It's so difficult. Dao Shan cried. She no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance. Her personality suddenly became like that of a soft girl. You can't calculate it. Don't cry. Let me help you calculate it. I got it. How old am I? Quickly tell me how old I am. You are 3 years old this year. 3 years old. Impossible. I'm not stupid. Don't lie to me. I really can't lie to him. It seems like this Dao Shan's intelligence is much higher than the bottomless boat. How can I be only 3 years old? I am at least 4 years old. All right. I overestimated this Dao Shan. He is indeed no different from a bottomless boat, damn it. So I am only 4 years old this year. You are already so old. You can be my ancestor. I can't be your big sister Xiao Shan anymore. This girl seemed to be very obsessed with being an elder sister. Thank you for helping me calculate my age. As a reward, I will make it easier for you to climb the mountain. From now on, the mountain won't get any taller if you climb it again. I settled the Dao Shan just like that. It's much easier than I imagined. By the way, it's too boring for you to stay here alone. When I reach the peak of the mountain, I will bring you away from this place. Are you willing? If this mountain was unwilling, Ning Fan could not move the Saint Tao of the Ant Lord and bring this mountain away. However, if this mountain was willing, he did not mind taking in a little pet. All right. If you bring me out to play, I will call you Big Brother Tree Spirit. I have long gotten tired of this broken place. It's boring and there are also stinky women controlling me everywhere. You can see through my tree demon clone. Ning Fan was surprised. Was his tree demon clone so clumsy? A mountain actually saw through it. I can't. However, I saw the scene where you summoned your clone and hid your true body after climbing the mountain. Of course, I know that you are now a tree. Have you forgotten that I am the mountain beneath your feet? I don't know what you are doing to me. It turned out that he did not see through the tree demon clone. Instead, he saw the process of Ning Fan summoning his clone. I see. Ning Fan chatted with Dao Shan for a while longer. The more they talked, the more smiles he had. Obviously, Dao Shan's silly and adorable behavior had pleased him. However, his smile disappeared at the next moment. It was because he could sense that an enemy had appeared at the peak of the Dao Mountain. The enemy was rushing towards him at full speed. That person's speed was very fast. She completely ignored the obstruction of the Dao Mountain and directly flew down from the peak of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Ning Fan. She did not need to follow any rules of climbing and descending the mountain because she was the master of the Dao Mountain. Who are you? How dare you climb my Dao Mountain? It was a lady with an illusory body. Her face was as beautiful as a mountain ghost. However, her body gave off a dangerous qi that made one's heart palpitate. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. This lady claims to be the master of the Dao Mountain. Could she be the Ant Lord? But how is this possible? Wasn't the Ant Lord suppressed by Senior Omniscient? Moreover, this lady did not seem to have the cultivation base of a Saint Realm expert. She was just at the first level Quasi-Saint Realm. Her magic power was between 12,000 to 13,000 Tribulation Realm. The reason why Ning Fan felt fearful was not because of her cultivation base. Speaking of which, the bottomless boat had mentioned that there was an Ant Lord's scattered soul on the Dao Mountain. Could this lady be the so-called scattered soul? If you don't want to answer me, then you can die now. The lady's killing intent was too strong. She did not want to talk nonsense with Ning Fan at all. With a wave of her palm, a Dao weapon appeared in her hand. There was a vague shadow of the Kunlun Immortal Mountain floating above the Dao weapon. Then, she slashed at Ning Fan. It was a type of Dao weapon with ancient diagrams. Ning Fan had seen it before. Its name was the Kunlun Sword, also known as the high-grade disciple sword of the Hongjun sacred sect. It was very similar to the ocean-defying sword. It was a symbol of the status of a disciple of an ancient sacred sect. This was the Tao weapon of a Saint Realm expert. Even if the Ant Lord had never refined this sword properly in the past, it was still extremely powerful. After all, the grade of a Tao weapon was related to its owner's cultivation base. The feeling that this sword gave Ning Fan was comparable to a high-grade innate magic treasure. To an existence like the Ant Lord, a high-grade innate magic treasure was nothing. However, to a cultivator of the illusory dream world like Ning Fan, a high-grade innate magic treasure was already enough to be a great killing weapon. At the very least, Ning Fan did not have a single magic treasure that could be a match for this sword. In a hurry, Ning Fan also summoned his Tao weapon to block the lady's sword. However, the ocean-defying sword obviously could not withstand the destructive power of the lady's sword. As the sword hummed, cracks appeared on the body of the sword. In a direct confrontation between two swords, it was completely at a disadvantage. It's actually the ocean-defying sword. Are you a disciple of the primordial Kun sect? Then, there's even more reason for me to kill you. The lady seemed to be enraged by Ning Fan's identity. She swung her sword again. It was as if heaven and earth were being sliced apart by this sword. Ning Fan used the ocean-defying sword to barely block the second, third and fourth sword attacks. When it reached the 11th sword attack, he no longer dared to use it again no matter what. The ocean-defying sword was already on the verge of collapsing after just blocking 10 attacks from the opponent's Tao weapon. It needed to be nourished for a while before it could be used again. This made Ning Fan extremely displeased. So what if this lady is really the scattered soul of the Ant Lord? Her scattered soul obviously did not possess the full cultivation base of a Saint Realm expert. She only possessed a tiny trace of it. Ning Fan was not arrogant enough to think that he could rival a Saint Realm expert. However, if the enemy is just a trace of a Saint Realm expert's scattered soul, then it would be an exception. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He kept the ocean-defying sword and patted his storage pouch. Several low-grade innate magic treasures were immediately thrown at the lady. These magic treasures were naturally obtained from the Light Ant clan. He had yet to throw them into the incinerator to be incinerated. Now, however, Ning Fan used them to fight against his enemy. You do have quite a lot of magic treasures. Unfortunately, the difference between a high-grade innate magic treasure and a low-grade innate magic treasure is like heaven and earth. No matter how many low-grade innate magic treasures you have, it's all in vain. The lady smiled arrogantly. Just as she was about to swing her sword to destroy these few innate magic treasures, those magic treasures self-destructed before her sword could reach them. No. They did not self-destruct. They were detonated by Ning Fan. Is this young man a madman? Even though low-grade innate magic treasures were not valuable, they should not be cheap enough to be used as explosives, right? The lady's cultivation base was comparable to a first-level quasi-saint. However, because she was just a scattered soul, her body was extremely weak. If she is affected by the explosion of the innate magic treasures, she would be injured more or less. She naturally did not dare to underestimate the explosion of the magic treasures. She gently pressed her Kunlun sword with her finger. Countless rays of sword light flew out from the sword, forming layers of dark green sword astral, protecting her at the center. This Kunlun sword was indeed a high-grade innate magic treasure. As soon as the defensive layer of sword astral was activated, the explosion of the few innate magic treasures could not hurt the lady at all. Humph. You want to hurt my scattered soul body with such insignificant tricks? How ridiculous. The lady said disdainfully. Ning Fan did not pay attention to her. He patted his storage pouch and summoned the sea-steadying divine needle. Then, he threw it at the lady. Oh. You actually have a treasure like the sea-steadying divine needle. Unfortunately, even though this treasure is famous, you only have one of the 9 needles. You are not a match for my Dao weapon. The sword astral would absorb some of the power of the Kunlun sword. Just as the lady was about to remove the protective sword astral and use the full power of the Kunlun sword to destroy the sea-steadying divine needle, she suddenly caught a glimpse of cold light from Ning Fan's eyes. Immediately, she became alarmed. I almost fell into his trap. If I remove the protective sword astral, this brat will immediately detonate the sea-steadying divine needle. This is a mid-grade innate magic treasure. Its explosion is enough to severely injure my scattered soul body. If it was someone else, the lady would not believe that that person would be willing to detonate a treasure at the level of the sea-steadying divine needle. However, Ning Fan had already learned his lesson. He was clearly a lunatic who used magic treasures as bombs. Facing such a lunatic, the lady did not dare to be careless. She had no choice but to continue activating the sword astral to fight against Ning Fan. However, once the sword astral was activated, it would absorb nearly half of the power of the Kunlun sword. Even though the Kunlun sword was a high-grade innate magic treasure, it would still be unable to crush the sea-steadying divine needle if it only uses half of its power. In just a short span of 100 breaths, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of attacks with their magic treasures. The lady could only gain a slight upper hand. The sea-steadying divine needle was too heavy. It was too hard. Its grade was obviously not as good as the Kunlun sword. After exchanging hundreds of attacks, the Kunlun sword only managed to leave a few cracks on it. The Kunlun sword, on the other hand, was not in an advantageous position. After being hit by the sea-steadying divine needle for too many times, the spiritual light it emitted had become slightly dimmer. Perhaps I should withdraw the sword astral and use the Kunlun sword's full power to destroy his sea-steadying divine needle. But if I do that, I will definitely be severely injured if he decides to detonate the sea-steadying divine needle. Or perhaps, he detonated a few low-grade innate magic treasures just now to create a false impression to force me to not withdraw the sword astral easily. However, how did he know that my Kunlun sword can release the sword astral to protect my body? That's right. Since he possesses the sea-defying sword, it's not strange for him to know the Kunlun sword as well. Humph. I don't care how he schemed against me. I just need to use my Kunlun sword to destroy his sea-steadying divine needle. Although the Kunlun sword can only exert half of its power under the combination of attack and defense, I predict that his sea-steadying divine needle will no longer be able to hold on after exchanging a few hundred more attacks. After this needle is defeated, I want to see how he is going to block the sharpness of my treasured sword again. Just as expected. After exchanging hundreds of more attacks, the cracks on the sea-steadying divine needle reached its limit. It could no longer fight against the Kunlun sword. Of course, the spiritual light of the Kunlun sword was also scattered by the sea-steadying divine needle. Ning Fan had no choice but to withdraw the sea-steadying divine needle. At this moment, the lady revealed a cold smile. Is this all you have? You are destined to be killed by me here. The lady shook the Kunlun sword. Countless rays of sword light turned into mountains and rivers, pressing down on Ning Fan. However, before those mountains and rivers could be completely suppressed, they were swept away by the rays of light from the 7 treasures and destroyed. You actually have a mid-grade innate wondrous tree of 7 treasures. How did you get so many treasures? The lady's expression turned slightly unpleasant. She initially thought that after getting rid of the sea-steadying divine needle, he would no longer have any strength to resist. However, the reality was that he still had the 7 treasures wondrous tree which allowed him to continue the battle of attrition with her. She did not put his 7 treasures wondrous tree in her eyes at all. However, the problem was, under the situation of only using half of its power, the Kunlun sword would lose a lot of its spiritual light even if it wins another battle. What if he takes out a 3rd mid-grade innate magic treasure to fight against her? I see. You purposely set up an illusion to force me to only use half of the Kunlun sword's power to fight against you. Then, you took the opportunity to exhaust the spiritual light of my treasured sword by fighting me one after another. What a good scheme you have. Unfortunately, I have already seen through it. I don't believe that you will be willing to detonate your 7 treasures wondrous tree to hurt me. The lady withdrew the protective sword aura and wanted to use the Kunlun sword to destroy the 7 treasures wondrous tree with all its power to teach Ning Fan a lesson. However, just as she withdrew the protective sword aura, she saw Ning Fan's eyes flashing with cold light again. Then, the power of the 7 treasures wondrous tree expanded as if it was going to explode at any time. Damn it. This is an overt scheme. He is certain that I won't dare to take the risk. The lady had no choice but to activate the protective sword aura again. No one knew if Ning Fan would really detonate the 7 treasures wondrous tree. Just like that, after 1,000 rounds, the 7 treasures wondrous tree was also damaged to the point where it could no longer fight. The Kunlun sword was not in a good state either. After being consumed by the sea-steadying divine needle and the 7 treasures wondrous tree, its power had been greatly reduced. It seems like you only know how to use Dao tools to fight against your enemies. Ning Fan suddenly spoke. So what if I am? It's enough to kill you. The lady's expression was still cold. Inwardly, however, she was secretly shocked. This man actually managed to find out about her background without batting an eyelid. Lacking methods to fight against enemies and a weak soul body. This lady has too many weaknesses. Even if she has the Kunlun sword in her hand, she should not have given Ning Fan such a strong sense of danger. I still have to be more careful. After using the 7 treasures wondrous tree, Ning Fan took out the sun, moon and stars steel and continued to wear down the spiritual light of the Kunlun sword. The spiritual light of the Kunlun sword became dimmer and dimmer. Its power became weaker and weaker. This time, it actually took him a few thousand rounds to completely destroy the sun, moon and stars steel. However, at this moment, the spiritual light of the Kunlun sword was also running out. It was obvious that it had reached its limit. At this moment, even if the Kunlun sword withdrew its protective sword aura and unleashed its full power, it would only be equivalent to some slightly stronger mid-grade innate magic treasures. Even if Ning Fan confronts the lady head-on, he would not be at too much of a disadvantage. It was time for him to use his full power and get rid of this lady in one go. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Ning Fan's primordial spirit suddenly felt a sharp pain. Then, an unknown seed took root and sprouted in the depths of his primordial spirit. A sapling forcefully grew out of his primordial spirit and his physical body. Is this the reason why I felt a sense of danger? I didn't even notice how she planted the seed in my body. What a difficult method to guard against. Ning Fan's expression was cold, but he did not panic. Obviously, he had already expected the enemy's next move. However, he did not expect that it would come so suddenly. Hee. Young man, you are too careless. This strand of my scattered soul is indeed weak, but it is not something that anyone can bully. You want to fight a battle of attrition and exhaust the power of my Kunlun sword. However, you don't know that I also want to buy time so that the light tree can take root and sprout in your body. Do you feel very painful? Do you feel that it is getting harder and harder to use your magic power? Unfortunately, this is the power of the light tree. Once it successfully takes root and sprout, only saints can remove it. Your cultivation base and flesh will be sucked dry by it and you will die in the end. The lady said proudly. More and more branches broke out of Ning Fan's body and grew forcefully. Those branches were completely made of light. They constantly absorbed Ning Fan's cultivation base and flesh, using them as nutrients in exchange for a chance to grow. Ning Fan raised his head and looked at the sky. Only then did he realize that there was something wrong with the light of the entire 15th floor. After he came to the 15th floor, he only paid attention to Jianglu, Nanju, Beiji, and Daoshan, but he never noticed that on this 15th floor, there was actually a towering tree, and its root was rooted on this Daoshan. The light tree. It was a huge tree that was completely made of natural light. In places where there was light, you could only see natural light but not this tree. It was because this tree itself was a part of the natural light. It was perfectly hidden between heaven and earth. Unless heaven and earth fell into darkness. Ning Fan activated his dark yin-yang. The entire 15th floor fell into darkness. When all the natural light was blocked by Ning Fan, what appeared in front of Ning Fan was a gigantic light tree that illuminated the darkness. The translucent body of the tree and the light flowing between the branches and leaves were unimaginably beautiful. So that's how it is. This place actually hid such a magical tree perfectly without me noticing it. Ever since I set foot on the Tao Mountain, I have been illuminated by the light of this tree. I have always been under its attack. Unfortunately, this tree itself is a part of the natural light. When I am illuminated by it, I only feel that I am being illuminated by the natural light. I won't notice anything. When I am illuminated by this tree for a certain period of time, it will plant a seed in me and it will take root and sprout in my body. Ning Fan suddenly revealed a smile and looked at the light tree with interest. At this moment, the light tree kept growing out of his body. His entire body was almost turning into a tree. Once the growth of the light tree takes shape, it would be unstoppable. His body was paralyzed by the light tree. He could barely use any of his magic power. No matter how he looked at it, he was in a dangerous situation. However, he could still smile. It was his fault for being cautious before ascending the mountain and not using his true body. You're still smiling even when you're about to die. The lady was full of disdain. She subconsciously thought that Ning Fan's smile was a struggle before his death. She walked closer to him and pierced his dantian with her sword. Even though the light tree can kill you, its killing speed is too slow. So, it's better for you to die in my hands. Strange. This feeling of piercing flesh and blood doesn't feel right. As the lady pierced through Ning Fan's dantian, Ning Fan suddenly lost all of his vitality like a withered tree. Then, his physical body began to change its appearance and revealed its true form. It had turned into a tree. A withered tree. This is the clone of a tree demon. The one who has been fighting against me all this while is actually not your true body. The lady's face darkened. She wanted to pull her Kunlun sword out from the withered tree that Ning Fan had turned into. However, she could not move it at all. At the same time, she felt a sense of danger coming from behind her. At that moment, how could she still care about the Kunlun sword? She abandoned her sword and tried to retreat. However, it was still too late. Ning Fan's figure broke through the void without any warning and appeared. As soon as he appeared, he used the ancient Devil Mountain breaking strike, which nearly caused the lady's soul to dissipate. She was sent flying several thousand zhang away while coughing out blood. This is your true body. Previously, when you ascended the Tao Mountain, you were only using the clone of a tree demon. Your true body had always been hiding in the void and following behind your clone. The lady gritted her teeth in anger. This was not a guess but a certainty. Ning Fan did not have the mood to talk nonsense with her. After his attack succeeded, he approached her again. He activated the cross-shaped halo and the eternal true body at the same time and attacked with the ancient Devil Mountain breaking strike. Damn it! The Kunlun sword is protecting its master. Hurry up and protect its master. Why aren't you protecting your master? The lady summoned her sword 3 times in a row. However, the Kunlun sword was still stuck in the withered tree that Ning Fan's clone had turned into. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not fly out. Naturally, it could not protect its master. After all, the power of Ning Fan's father, the divine spark, had been integrated into this withered tree clone. Under the entanglement of the Tao of wood, the sword would not be able to fly back to the lady within a short period of time. What a humiliation! She was the soul of a dignified saint, but she was actually tricked by a junior. The lady was like a drifting willow catkin that was being destroyed by Ning Fan's storm-like mountain-breaking strike. She was just a trace of her soul, and the only technique she could use was the Dao tool. The reason why she could use the light tree to launch a sneak attack was because the tree itself grew here. Ning Fan had discovered the light tree, and the Kunlun sword was trapped by him. Currently, she no longer had any other techniques to deal with him, even though her magic power was comparable to a quasi-saint. 3,000 Ancient Devils Mountain-Breaking Strike. 6,000 Ancient Devils Mountain-Breaking Strike. 8,000 Ancient Devils Mountain-Breaking Strike. The lady was no match for Ning Fan at all. She was on the verge of death after being beaten by Ning Fan's rain of punches. At this moment, the power of the Saint Indestructible Soul was displayed. No matter how heavily injured the lady was, she actually did not seem to be truly destroyed. This was the Saint Indestructible Soul. This kind of indestructibility had nothing to do with the power of undying. Instead, it was related to the existence itself. Due to its unchanging existence, it was eternally indestructible. In order to destroy this soul, the only way to do so was to erase her existence. Otherwise, even if Ning Fan continued to throw tens of thousands of punches or even millions of punches, he would only continue to aggravate her injuries and would not truly destroy her. The power that could erase an existence was only samsara. "Stinking brat, you can't kill me," the lady said viciously. "Is that so?" Ning Fan suddenly changed the momentum of his punches. His next attack was the Ancient Devil Mountain Breaking Strike. He had integrated a trace of samsara power into it. It was an extremely small trace. However, it was enough to hurt the root of the lady's existence. You can actually use the samsara power. The lady was finally afraid. She did not want her soul to be destroyed by Ning Fan no matter what. She must resist. Even if the price of doing so was extremely high, it was still much better than having her soul destroyed. You're not the only one who can use the samsara power. Even though the amount of samsara power I can use is the same as yours and it's equally rare, the samsara ability that I can display is far beyond your imagination. A saint isn't someone you can bully. Samsara Dream, activate. The lady displayed her ability and suddenly fell into a deep sleep. The moment she fell into a deep sleep, Ning Fan also fell into a deep sleep. With the Dao Mountain as the center, that slumbering power spread across the entire 15th floor. Very soon, all living beings on the 15th floor fell into a deep sleep. No one could wake up. This was a technique that attacked indiscriminately. Once this technique is activated, all living beings would fall into a dream. As expected of a saint's scattered soul. Even though her methods and temperament are far inferior to a real saint, she still shouldn't be underestimated. Samsara Dream. This is probably the dream world that she controls. She needs the samsara power to activate this technique. However, I don't know if she pulled me into this dream world just to destroy my spirit sense or if she has other intentions. If it's the former, I have a divine spirit sea of consciousness with me so I can protect myself. However, if it's the latter, I have to be careful. Ning Fan made up his mind and walked in the illusory world of dreams. In front of him was a hazy white mist. He could not see anything clearly. Ning Fan was wary of the lady's sneak attacks. However, she did not launch any sneak attacks from the beginning to the end. Very soon, he found the reason why she did not launch a sneak attack on him. It turned out that her cultivation base was seriously insufficient as a scattered soul. Even though she forcefully pulled Ning Fan into this samsara dream, she could not control this dream perfectly. When the white mist in front of him dispersed, Ning Fan appeared on a ridge of fields. Beneath his feet was a panicking ant that was trying to escape. Don't tell me that I'm still in my human form after you pulled me into this dream while you've turned into an ant without any cultivation base. Don't tell me that I'm still in my human form after you pulled me into this dream while you've turned into an ant without any cultivation base. Ning Fan sneered and picked up the ant that was trying to escape from the ground. Of course, the ant could not escape. How could a tiny ant be a match for a human? Damn it! My cultivation base isn't strong enough. That's why this happened. If my cultivation base is strong enough, killing you in this dream will be as easy as flipping my palm. Is that so? But I won't give you that chance. Ning Fan clenched his fist and crushed the ant in his hand. He would not show compassion to just anyone. At the very least, the Ant Lord did not receive his compassion. Moreover, he did not know why, but he hated the Ant Lord from the bottom of his heart. This kind of situation rarely happened. It was extremely strange for it to happen to the Ant Lord. Initially, Ning Fan thought that he would be able to leave this dream after he crushed the Ant Lord to death. However, he was wrong. After he crushed the Ant Lord to death, the samsara dream first shattered. Then, it condensed again and returned to the initial scene of white mist. I've clearly killed the Ant Lord once in this dream, but I can't leave this place. Could it be that I've used the wrong method? Ning Fan frowned. It's not wrong. However, you've only killed me once. It's not enough. Just wait and see. When the next dream begins, I won't still be a weak ant. You will die a horrible death. The lady sneered. As soon as her voice fell, the white mist in the dream world began to dissipate again. This time, Ning Fan appeared above an ocean. At the same time, a female cultivator wearing a black dress appeared above the ocean. She was none other than the Ant Lord. Unlike the previous time, the Ant Lord no longer had no cultivation base at all. On the contrary, her cultivation base was terrifyingly high. A sage. Little brat, have you ever been crushed by a sage before? The Ant Lord's face was emotionless, as if nothing could make her show any other expression. Her current expression was completely different from her temperamental self when she was in the form of a scattered soul. She was the ruler of this dream world. In this place, even though she was in the form of a scattered soul, she could dream back to the past and recover her strength in the past. She who was at her peak could perfectly control her inner heart, and her emotions would not fluctuate easily. In the dream of samsara, every time you and I die, we won't really die. Only a part of our spirit sense will be damaged. However, if our spirit sense is damaged to a certain extent, we will still die. The difference is that if you die, you will lose everything. As for me, only a trace of my scattered soul will die. I know that your spirit sense is strong. Therefore, I will kill you, 100 times. An unprecedented sense of danger rose in Ning Fan's heart. Without hesitation, he ran at his fastest speed to escape. However, he could not escape. He had clearly run far away. However, when he regained his senses, he realized that he was still fleeing from the Ant Lord's gigantic palm like an ant. There was no way he could escape from the Ant Lord's 5 fingers. Previously, you seemed to think that it was fun to pinch me to death. So, this time, it's my turn to pinch you to death. The Ant Lord pinched him with 2 fingers and he was already crushed into a pile of minced meat. This was the first time he died in the dream of samsara. He was completely not a match for the Ant Lord. Chapter 1208. Following Ning Fan's death, heaven and earth turned into a world of white mist again. Then, Ning Fan's disintegrated body reassembled in the white mist. Bit by bit, he reappeared in the world. I'm not his match at all. In front of the Ant Lord at his peak, I can't even escape, Ning Fan smiled bitterly. After that, his eyes glinted with cold light. The other party actually wanted to kill him 100 times in his dreams. Even if he was a saint, he was too arrogant. The scattered soul of a saint was not a true saint after all. You can kill me 100 times, 1,000 times, but as long as you are careless, I will consign you to eternal damnation. I already said that I would kill you 100 times. Now, there are only 99 times left. The white fog in front of him was suddenly blown away by the strong wind. This time, the world in the dream was no longer a vast ocean, but a mountain shaped like a crouching bull. A mountain that was even larger than the endless starry sky. It was so huge that the entire four heavens could not contain such a mountain. What kind of mountain is this? It's so huge. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He could feel a trace of qi that was as strong as the heavenly might from the mountain. It seemed to be in deep slumber. Oh. This time, in the reincarnation of dreams, the scene that appeared was Bying Mountain. As an ant of the illusory world, you have probably never seen this mountain in your entire life. But there is no one in our true world who does not recognize this mountain. After all, this is one of the 9 mountains of Patriarch Hong Jun's Tao spirit world. Lord Ant's body also manifested in the world, and when he looked at the mountain, his eyes were filled with admiration. However, when her eyes fell on Ning Fan again, they returned to their usual coldness and ruthlessness. Killing intent rose again. A cold light shot out from the ant leader's beautiful eyes. It was as if it could pierce through the heavens and earth, possessing an unparalleled might. Ning Fan used all of his strength to evade the attack, but he could not escape from the cold light. The moment he was hit by the cold light, his entire body turned into ice. Then, the ice shattered into countless ice shards. Ning Fan had fallen once again. Moreover, this time, the Ant Lord didn't even do anything. Just an icy glint appeared in his eyes, and he was directly frozen to death. Was the gap between him and the Ant Lord so big? It couldn't even withstand a single glance from the Ant Master. No, that's not right. That wasn't an ordinary stare. It was a cold stare that had the power of reincarnation circulating around it. It should be a divine ability of a saint, which was why it could destroy me in one strike. The world returned to white mist. Inside the white mist, Ning Fan was reborn again. As the white mist dissipated, a brand new world of dreams appeared in front of his eyes. What came into view was an unfamiliar continent. On the continent, there was a lifeless celestial kingdom. This immortal country was too strange. It was unknown what happened, but all of the people were turned into stone statues. The expressions of fear on their faces were so vivid, frozen in the long river of time. Not good. This time, the reincarnation of the immortal kingdom appeared. I don't have the time to kill that stinking brat, I must leave this place. The Lord Ant had just reappeared in the world. As soon as he saw the surrounding terrain, his expression changed drastically. He actually did not kill Ning Fan for the 3rd time. Instead, he turned around and fled. However, he could not escape. Without any warning, her body began to petrify, the speed of petrification too fast. In just a moment, the Ant Lord turned into a fossil, all of her life aura extinguished, her death extremely strange. The Lord Ant was actually killed by her own dream world. Just as Ning Fan was puzzled, he became speechless. The Lord Ant was not the only one who was petrified. He was also petrified. His body suddenly turned into stone and all of his life aura was directly extinguished. Ning Fan did not even know who was the one who attacked him. Fortunately, his death this time was not completely meaningless. The Lord Ant had also unfortunately died once. I understand now. The Lord Ant is just a trace of her scattered soul. She can forcefully pull me into this reincarnation dreamland. However, she can't really control how the dreamland will develop. Previously, she turned into an ordinary ant and was killed by me. This time, she was turned into stone by the immortal country in her dream. Even though I have died 3 times in this dream, she has also died twice. I have died 3 times but the damage to my sea of consciousness is negligible. Even though she has only died twice, the damage to her sea of consciousness seems to be much more serious than mine. Ning Fan's body reappeared in the world of white mist. His senses were far beyond those at the same level as him. Through this dreamland, he could vaguely feel that the aura of the Lord Ant's scattered soul had weakened significantly. Could it be that the sea of consciousness of the Lord Ant's scattered soul was not as sturdy as his? Otherwise, why would she become so much weaker after just dying twice? Ning Fan reckoned that with the sturdiness of his sea of consciousness, he would not die even if he was killed 100 times in this dreamland. He would need to be killed at least 200 times before his life would be in danger. What about the Lord Ant? How many times could the Lord Ant die? 30 times? 20 times? 10 times? Or could she not even withstand 10 deaths? Even though I can't kill the Lord Ant directly, as long as the Lord Ant's dreamland goes wrong, she will also have a great chance of dying. What I need to do is to guide this dream to develop in a direction that is not beneficial to the Lord Ant. In the world of white mist, Ning Fan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the shadow of the reincarnation seed appeared in his eyes. It began to take root and germinate. It was the reincarnation seed that Ning Fan condensed with his own Tao cultivation. All the power of samsara that was born from it belonged to Ning Fan, and it was not an imitation. Unfortunately, this reincarnation power was too little. But sometimes, it didn't take much power to disrupt the situation. The world was like a boundless piece of paper, but only a drop of ink was needed to stain it. Ning Fan could not use the power of samsara to create this kind of dreamland that was filled with white mist. However, he could create a drop of ink. A black ray of light flashed across Ning Fan's eyes. A drop of samsara ink was drawn heavily in the misty heaven and earth. His reincarnation power was too little. It was so little that it was drowned out by even more white fog the moment he drew it. However, a small amount did not mean that there was no impact. The next scene appeared in the dreamland. When the Ant Lord appeared again, her expression was extremely ugly. It was out of control. She had completely lost control of this dream cycle. She was only a scattered soul, so it was already very difficult for her to use this kind of divine ability. She could only rely on the small amount of reincarnation power to barely maintain her connection with this dream world. But at this moment, her weak connection with heaven and earth was completely disrupted by some reincarnation power that did not belong to this heaven and earth. She had just been killed by the immortal Wuxia once. According to the rules of the dream cycle that changed the heaven and earth, the immortal Wuxia should not appear in this place again. However, the reality was that she and Ning Fan appeared in the immortal Wuxia's dream again. I'm dreaming of these two annoying bugs again. How troublesome. I'll just kill them again. The immortal Wuxia was actually speaking. He was just an invisible country, but he could actually speak. At the next moment, the immortal Wuxia killed the Ant Lord and Ning Fan again. It was as if the Ant Lord could not resist it at all. The world disappeared and finally returned to the state of white mist. Ning Fan was reborn in the world of white mist. As soon as he was reborn, he heard the Ant Lord's anger in the world of white mist. You did it. You actually used the power of samsara to completely cut off my control over this world. You're just a little immortal king. How could you possibly do such a thing? It was not a guess but a firm tone. The Ant Lord's tone was no longer as high and mighty as before. She was no longer looking down on all living beings. She was infuriated by Ning Fan. It was the humiliation and anger of a dignified saint who was tricked by an ant. Ant Lord, have you ever been suppressed by the immortal Wuxia? Ning Fan neither admitted nor denied it. He just used the Ant Lord's own words as a counterattack. When the Ant Lord thought that she could suppress Ning Fan with her Saint Realm cultivation base, Ning Fan shattered her fantasy. In terms of cultivation base, even 100 Ning Fans would not be able to defeat the Ant Lord when she was at her peak. However, he could drag the Ant Lord down with him again and again. When the white mist dispersed, the world of dream that appeared in front of them was still the immortal Wuxia. The Ant Lord felt a chill down her spine. She was stunned by Ning Fan's momentum of wanting to perish together with her. Suddenly, she felt a hint of regret. Using the dream samsara to kill Ning Fan did not seem to be a correct decision. However, her connection with this world of dream had already been cut off by Ning Fan. It would not be easy for her to leave this dream anymore. Aren't you afraid that you will be the one to die first if you continue to perish together with me? I'm a Saint Realm cultivator. My soul will never be destroyed. The Ant Lord shouted. Are you really invincible? But why do I hear a hint of fear from your tone? Young man, I don't know how you did it to make the immortal Wuxia appear in this dream time and time again. You don't know how terrifying the immortal Wuxia is at all. Do you think this world is just a dream of mine? Didn't you hear the voice of the immortal Wuxia? He said that he dreamt of you. Do you understand what this means? As expected, just as the Ant Lord's voice fell, the illusory and formless immortal Wuxia spoke doubtfully again. It's so strange. Why did I dream of these two little insects for 3 consecutive times? An ant and a butterfly are fighting. However, the ant is so small. How can it defeat the butterfly? It's just an idiot. How boring. Let's kill them again. The immortal Wuxia killed Ning Fan and the Ant Lord once again. After that, Ning Fan was reborn in the boundless white mist. He had already died 5 times while the Ant Lord had died 4 times. Ning Fan's sea of consciousness was too strong. Dying 5 times in the dream was like playing a game to him. He was still alive and kicking. However, the Ant Lord was in a miserable state. She was just a scattered soul. Her sea of consciousness was too weak. Not to mention reaching the level of a sage, her sea of consciousness was even weaker than some ancient immortal venerables of a true world. Dying 4 times had greatly damaged the Ant Lord. The strength of her chi was only left with half of what it used to be. Everything was going according to Ning Fan's plan. The only thing that was out of Ning Fan's expectation was the Ant Lord's words and the immortal Wuxia's words. What does the Ant Lord mean? What do you mean by the immortal Wuxia dreamt of me? Isn't this the world of dreams that the Ant Lord and I created together? However, judging from the immortal Wuxia's tone, it sounds like I'm not the one who dreamt of the immortal Wuxia but the immortal Wuxia dreamt of me. Could it be that the world of dreams that I'm currently in is actually connected to the immortal Wuxia's dream? Ning Fan's heart was filled with hesitation. He faintly felt that it was not a correct decision to mark this dream and return to the immortal Wuxia's image. Even though it could kill the Ant Lord and scatter her soul, it would also trigger other unpredictable dangers. Brat. I admit defeat. How about we make peace for now? Quickly withdraw your samsara power. Don't affect this world of dreams anymore. When the time comes, I will remove the ability of the dream of samsara. When you and I return to the outside world again, we will decide the victor. The Ant Lord was actually admitting defeat. Ning Fan did not answer the Ant Lord nor did he withdraw that drop of samsara ink. He had already guessed that continuing to dream of the immortal Wuxia would be risky. However, he did not trust the Ant Lord even more. If he withdraws that drop of samsara ink at this moment, the Ant Lord might not keep his promise and remove the ability of the dream of samsara. It was impossible for him to withdraw it. He wanted to continue interfering with this world of dreams and make it develop in a disadvantageous direction for the Ant Lord. Of course, continuing to dream of the immortal Wuxia was also not a wise decision. Thus, he decided to change to another place and perish together with the Ant Lord. The immortal Wuxia had already been used 3 times. It was time to change it. Ning Fan fully activated his Tao of divination. When he looked at the misty world, he seemed to be able to predict many good and bad things. Small fortune, medium fortune, great fortune, small fortune, medium fortune, great fortune. I'll let the dream evolve in the direction of small fortune. Ning Fan made up his mind. Then, his samsara power began to take effect. The white mist between heaven and earth dispersed once again. This time, the world that appeared was no longer the territory of the immortal Wuxia. The Ant Lord showed herself. This time, she did not sense the terrifying chi of the immortal Wuxia. Just as she was about to heave a sigh of relief, fear filled her beautiful eyes again at the next moment. Even though the world in front of her was not the immortal Wuxia, it was still an extremely dangerous place. This is Ancestor Li's bright dome world. Are you a madman? How could you control the dream to transform into this place? Do you want to be devoured by the Ni Ku that the solitary flame sect raised here? Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. The solitary flame sect. This name sounds so familiar. That's right. When he was breaking through to the void renunciation realm, he was almost killed by a withered palm. That withered palm traveled through time and space and it was incomparably heaven-defying. After all, Ning Fan was in the illusory world of immortal Emperor Zido at that time. Even the Lord of Tribulation could not ignore immortal Emperor Zido's ability and harm the descendants of Zido in the illusory world. However, the owner of that withered palm could do it. It was highly possible that the strength of that person was even slightly higher than the Lord of Tribulation intent. If it wasn't because that withered palm attack was almost completely consumed by the power of immortal Emperor Zido's illusory world, Ning Fan who was still at the void renunciation realm at that time would certainly not be able to withstand that palm attack which was suspected to be at the fourth step. Could the owner of that withered palm be the Ancestor Li that the Lord Ant mentioned? Dreaming back to the immortal Wuxia was not a wise decision. Dreaming back to this place might be an even more wrong move. The bright dome world was a world with dazzling auroras. There was only day and no night in this place. This world was like a starry sky. However, what was floating in the starry sky were not cultivation planets but suns. Those were real suns. They were things that Ning Fan could never see in the starry sky of the illusory world. Because Ancestor Li did not allow it, even immortal Emperor Zido could not create suns in his dream world. Damn it! My sea of consciousness is almost heavily injured. I can't die anymore. I must leave this place and leave this bright dome world. Fortunately, I'm a light ant and I'm good at escaping techniques of light. This place is full of sunlight. If I use the light to escape, I might have a chance to escape from this place. The Lord Ant turned into a ray of light and blended into the sunlight in the sky. He wanted to hide in the sunlight and escape from this place. Immediately, a mocking laugh resounded in the bright dome world, as if it was disdainful of the Lord Ant's escape. Almost at the same time when the mocking laugh resounded, the disciples of the solitary flame sect chanted scriptures endlessly. Turn back, turn back, turn back. For my Tao immeasurable crossing, for illusions and for annihilations, void treading realm, solitary flame sect, turn back, turn back, turn back. For my Tao immeasurable ancient, I worship the bright dome palm withering, solitary flame sect. As soon as the chanting of scriptures sounded, countless black spots suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Those black spots appeared so abruptly. That kind of extreme darkness seemed to be incompatible with this aurora world. Those black spots sprinkled down like a rainstorm, as if a world of black rain had fallen on this aurora world. As soon as the black rain fell, the Lord Ant immediately let out a miserable shriek. Her figure was forced out by the black rain. Then, the black rain fell on her body and pierced through her body brutally. Then, it turned into black sticks and sealed her cultivation base. Ning Fan only felt that this kind of black stick looked familiar. It seemed to be a method that only a divine being could use. He had once helped someone remove this kind of black stick from their body. I recognize you. You are the ant that Hongjun kept. However, this is not the reason for you to intrude into my dream. You need to pay a price. Suddenly, the voice of an elderly man resounded in the bright dome world. Ning Fan would never forget this voice. The owner of this voice was the supreme existence that attacked him when he was abandoning the void. As soon as the voice sounded, the Lord Ant's face turned pale. She wanted to break free from the seal of the black stick, but how could she do so? Boom! A loud bang resounded. The body of the Lord Ant that was pierced by the black sticks exploded, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. She had fallen in her dream once again. However, this time, her fall was different from the previous times. The damage to her sea of consciousness was almost 10 times more than before. In fact, the elderly man had already shown mercy to her. It could be considered as him showing consideration for the friendship between him and Hongjun. The Lord Ant was an ant that Hongjun raised. He could be a little merciful and forgive her for intruding into his dream. However, it seemed like there was no need to be merciful to this butterfly. We meet again. Little fellow, do you still remember what I said before? The matter of exterminating the persistence is a decision made by the 3 realms. The path of exterminating the cultivation of the persistence is not allowed. Last time, I crossed too many reincarnations to kill you. Besides, there was also the power of the purple fighting dipper. Therefore, I gave you a chance to escape. However, this time, you won't be so lucky again. Ni-ku, eat this young man. Those who are eaten by you will truly be erased even if they are in the dream. The elderly man seemed to be giving an order to something. At the same time, the greatest sense of danger that he had ever felt in his life fell upon him. He only saw a black creature flickering in the bright dome world. After that, he lost all consciousness. He had been eaten and digested by that mysterious creature. He had fallen again. Dying was a small matter. If he died in his dream, he could always be reborn again. However, what shocked Ning Fan was that he almost couldn't be reborn after dying this time. It was as if there was a supreme force that had almost erased his existence. What kind of power is that? Ning Fan could not figure out anything. If it wasn't because the divine spirit blood in his body began to release its power at the critical moment, his existence might really be erased. At the same time, Ning Fan was afraid that he would never forget ancestrally for the rest of his life. The kindness of a meal must be repaid and the grudge must be repaid. He did not have the strength to do so now. Once he has that strength, he would make the solitary flames sect pay the price. What's going on? Why didn't you erase that young man's existence? Ni-ku, you rarely fail. I'm very disappointed in you. Ancestor Li said with dissatisfaction. I'm sorry, Master. I can't erase that young man's existence. Just because he's a Jisho? No. He has already grown into a divine spirit. Even though the level of a divine spirit is still low, no one can erase his existence with just a dream. I can't do it. Even if it's you, it's still impossible. If I want to erase his existence, I can only do it face to face. What? This young man has actually become a divine spirit? I knew it. I should have thought of it long ago. Letting a tiger loose for a day will cause trouble for several lifetimes. Luckily, I have already remembered his existence. In the illusory dream world, it's impossible for him to become a true sage. If he wants to become a true sage, he must go to the true world. Once he does, I will eliminate him first. Jisho. Divine Spirit. Humph. Compared to an existence like me who cultivates both the divine spirit and immortal spirit, he is still just an ant. Even though his existence was not erased, being devoured by that mysterious creature still caused Ning Fan serious injuries. He was fine after dying 5 times in a row. However, his sea of consciousness began to weaken during his 6th death. Fortunately, the weakening of his sea of consciousness was still within a controllable range. The Ant Lord, on the other hand, was in a terrible state. She was truly weak. She was already so weak that she was on the verge of death. Ning Fan was reborn from the white mist. He could feel that the dream of samsara was no longer stable and could collapse at any time. It was the proof that the Ant Lord had become extremely weak. Ning Fan firmly believed that as long as the Ant Lord dies once more in such a state, he would be able to win the battle in this dream. The Ant Lord also knew about this. That was why she was afraid. She wanted to break free from the dream and escape. However, she was already so weak that she could not even break free from the dream. You've lost. The next time the dream opens, it will be the day of your death. Damn it. It seems like I really can't keep this wisp of soul anymore. If that's the case, I won't keep it anymore. I'll give it to you. Don't you want to die together with me? If you like me that much, I'll accompany you forever. Nightmare Possession Technique. The entire world in the dream suddenly disappeared. In the real world, Ning Fan woke up on the Dao Mountain. As soon as he did so, he saw the soul of the Ant Lord who was sleeping soundly at the side turning into light spots and disappearing. Is she dead? Or did she escape? Wrong guess. I've stayed in your sea of consciousness. After taking a look at your sea of consciousness, I realized that you're actually an ancient divine spirit. Tisk Tsk, you've actually obtained the heaven-opening treasure, the god-destroying shield of the ancient country. It was the Ant Lord's sarcastic voice that directly resounded in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. Only then did Ning Fan realize that there was an ant-like lady in black robes in his sea of consciousness. That was the Ant Lord. She had stayed in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness and was roaming inside it, looking through his memories. How dare you break into my sea of consciousness and look through my memories? Ning Fan's eyes instantly turned scary. He clearly had the upper hand in the battle in the dream realm. However, he was still tricked by the Ant Lord's nightmare possession technique in the end. What kind of ability is this? After the Ant Lord used this technique, why could she actually stay in my sea of consciousness without anyone noticing? Even a divine spirit sea of consciousness could not resist the invasion of this technique. If this lady takes the opportunity to destroy my sea of consciousness, won't my sea of consciousness directly collapse and I will die? Do you really want to kill me? Unfortunately, you can't do it. Let me briefly explain the function of this technique. Once this technique is activated, no one below the fourth step of Saint D Fire can dispel it. In the future, I will always stay in your sea of consciousness. You won't be able to chase me away or kill me unless you are willing to destroy your own sea of consciousness and become a dead man. As for me, I will become your nightmare. When I am possessing you, all of my cultivation base will be sealed and I won't be able to directly attack your sea of consciousness. The only thing I can do to take revenge on you is to hunt you down and torture you in your dreams after you fall asleep. However, this kind of hunting won't be able to cause you any real harm. It will only make you restless. The nightmare possession technique is not a killing technique. Instead, it is to become the nightmare of the enemy, torturing and destroying the enemy for the rest of their lives. If it isn't someone who has a deep grudge against me, they will never use this kind of technique that will cause both sides to suffer. I don't have a deep grudge against you, but you almost killed this wisp of my soul. In order to survive, I can only hide in your sea of consciousness so that you won't dare to harm me anymore. Your explanation isn't short at all. Besides, I don't believe that you will be so kind as to tell me everything about this technique. Hee hee. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. The reason why I'm telling you so much is because I'm afraid that you will try to kill me recklessly. If you can't kill me, you might damage your sea of consciousness and destroy your spiritual sense. Then, I will die together with you. Ning Fan refused to believe her. He was no longer in a hurry to ascend the Dao Mountain. Instead, he sat down cross-legged on the ground and displayed all kinds of techniques, trying to chase the Ant Lord out of his sea of consciousness. Perhaps the Ant Lord did not completely reveal the details of the nightmare possession technique. However, she did not lie about one thing. Once this technique is possessed, no one other than those at the fourth step would be able to remove it. Even the Ant Lord herself could not remove this technique. This was the highest life-saving technique that the Ant Lord's master, Patriarch Hong Jun, had taught her. How was she hiding in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness? That was just a nice way of putting it. Clearly, she was imprisoned in his sea of consciousness for the rest of her life. She would never be able to walk out of his sea of consciousness. Fortunately, compared to losing her soul and dying, she could still accept the result of being temporarily imprisoned in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. What if Ning Fan goes to the true world one day? When Ning Fan goes to the true world, her master, Patriarch Hong Jun, would certainly not ignore her. He would certainly save her. As long as she can endure until then, she would still have the hope of surviving. I know what you are thinking about. You have possessed my sea of consciousness. I can see all your thoughts somehow. It seems like this is also one of the side effects of the nightmare possession technique. You wish that your master will come and save you after I go to the true world one day. However, you have forgotten one thing. Why do I have to go to the true world in this life? I am living a very happy life in the illusory dream world created by immortal sovereign Zido. There are people I care about here and it is very safe. However, the true world is different. I have offended many fourth-step immortal sovereigns before I even go to the true world. Ancestrally will not let me go. Your master will not let me go either because of you. Perhaps, the Tai Tsung Jia Ling won't either. Hee. Your way of thinking is really dangerous. Don't you plan to go to the true world? Don't you know that you must go to the true world in order to become a sage? Even the other sages in the illusory dream world have to go to the true world when they become a sage. They will only return to their respective illusory dream worlds after they become a sage. Besides, do you really think that Zido's illusory dream world is really safe? The people of the ancient desolate immortal domain have been eyeing this place for a long time. They have even attacked this place before. The fact that the gods, demons and devils here have lost their soul blood is the masterpiece of the ancient desolate immortal domain. In this illusory dream world of Zido, there is one that is hibernating. When it eats, all of you descendants of Zido will. Why are you stuttering? It's not that I am stuttering. It's just that your cultivation base is not high enough. The part that you can't hear is affected by the power that Zido left in this illusory dream world. That's why you can't hear it. This is called not being able to speak. Don't you understand this? Not being able to speak, huh? Ning Fan frowned. Then, he relaxed his brows. He was not interested in the Lord Ant's explanation at all. The only thing he was interested in was how to get the Lord Ant out of his sea of consciousness and kill him. Unfortunately, none of his methods could be put to use. It seems like I can only think of a way later. Perhaps Senior Omniscient would have a way. Or perhaps, I can use the ancient country trading formation to buy some items that can cleanse my sea of consciousness. Before that, it seems like I can only temporarily endure the fact that the Lord Ant is living in my sea of consciousness. I will find a way to kill you sooner or later. After Ning Fan said coldly, he no longer cared about the Lord Ant in his sea of consciousness. He was in a very bad mood right now. Hee. I will wait for that day. But before that, you'd better endure this consort's wrath. You're just a mere ant. How dare you force me into a corner and hide in your sea of consciousness? You will regret it. In the coming days, as long as you fall asleep, I will dazzle you in your dreams and ravage you. I want to kill you 10,000 times, 1,000,000 times and 100,000,000 times. Don't be too arrogant. Be quiet. Ning Fan was enraged. In his anger, he directly activated the power of the bewitching technique. Not being able to get the Lord Ant out of his sea of consciousness was one thing. Whether he would be bullied by this woman was another matter. The price that the Lord Ant had to pay for using the nightmare possession was extremely huge. The biggest price was that she would not have any cultivation base during the period of possession. What did it mean? It meant that she could not resist Ning Fan's bewitching technique at all. She dared to enter Ning Fan's body and seal her cultivation base. Moreover, she was even so arrogant. Was there something wrong with her brain? Damn it. You actually know such a profound bewitching technique. Yin-Yang transformation, reverse relic. You actually have such a technique. Shameless thief. I am a dignified saint. How dare you humiliate me like this? I will kill you. Ah. Stop. I can't take it anymore. It's so uncomfortable. When you went through my memories, didn't you notice that I know the bewitching technique? Ning Fan sneered. I didn't look carefully. The Lord Ant had a mental breakdown. If it was just an ordinary grade bewitching technique, she would not be afraid. After all, she was the soul of a saint. Even if her Tao heart was broken, it was still at the level of a saint. It would not be easily affected by the bewitching technique. However, Ning Fan's bewitching technique was the combination of two great masters, Ancient Chaos and Shi Zihua. Under the influence of Ning Fan's bewitching technique, she could no longer endure it. She comforted herself in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. If news of her comforting herself in front of a strange man spreads to the true world, not only would she lose all her face, she would also become the shame of her Hongjun sacred sect. Tell me, if I go to the true world one day and record some of your actions into a jade slip and send a copy to each of the ancient sacred sects, will your Hongjun sacred sect lose all its face and become the shame of the true world? Ning Fan revealed a devilish smile. How dare you? The Lord Ant gritted her teeth in hatred. However, she was really afraid. She was afraid of death, but she was even more afraid of her sect being humiliated. Hongjun was her master and her faith. If her sect was to be humiliated because of this, she would rather be killed by Ning Fan. She regretted it. She was afraid. Ning Fan had seen her naked body which no one had the chance to feast their eyes on in countless reincarnations. Moreover, it was even like watching a performance. She wanted to commit suicide. However, once he possessed her body, she could not even commit suicide. Scum like you, why don't you just die? The Lord Ant said with hatred. If it wasn't because of your intention to harm me, how would I end up in such a situation? If you don't want to continue being humiliated, behave yourself. Get your identity straight. Right now, you are a prisoner in my sea of consciousness. How dare you say that I am a prisoner? You are courting death. Humph. Ning Fan doubled the power of his bewitching technique. The Lord Ant became even more embarrassed. Finally, she became obedient. She understood that she was completely no match for Ning Fan's bewitching technique this time. She had to compromise a little in order to save her face. However, it was impossible for her to swallow her anger. When this brat falls asleep. As long as he falls asleep, I will hunt him in his dreams for 10,000 times or even 1,000,000 times. From today onwards, this brat can forget about having a good dream. The body possession technique revealed all of the Lord Ant's thoughts to Ning Fan. Of course, Ning Fan knew that the Lord Ant wanted to take revenge on him. However, he also wanted to kill the Lord Ant. At this moment, even though the two of them had merged into one, this kind of union was like enemies meeting each other and their eyes were filled with hatred. Each of them wanted to kill the other. Forget it. Let's ascend the Tao mountain to obtain merits first. In order to remove Little Mud's curse, I have to bear the curse of the Lord Ant. Should I say that this is also a kind of karma? Chapter 1209. When the Tao mountain no longer increased in height and the souls of the saints were no longer a hindrance, Ning Fan easily reached the peak of the Tao mountain. At the peak of the Tao mountain, there was an incense burner table with a spirit tablet enshrined on it. There were no words on the tablet at first. However, When Ning Fan's gaze landed on it, the spirit tablet was filled with incense and a row of ancient words appeared. First Hong Jun, then heaven. Ning Fan blinked his eyes and looked at the spirit tablet again. This time, the words changed again. The greatest immortal of all time. After another days, he looked at the spirit tablet again. The spirit tablet had changed into a new set of words. Utmost pure limitless venerated. Change again. Profound gate heavenly creator. Change again. Only I can confer God. Change again. Great Luo Saint. Change again. Tao Ancestor. Change again. Tao. Change again. The spirit tablet became blank again. Then, it turned into specks of light and disappeared. This spirit tablet must have been set up by the Ant Lord for her master Hong Jun. The words on the tablet seemed to be introducing Hong Jun's life experience. The first immortal of all time was this person's second step, the utmost pure limitless venerable should be the third step, the heavenly man who opened the celestial gate should be his fourth step. The word God conferment seems to be related to the divine spirits and should be some kind of action after this person took the fourth step. The meaning of the great Luo Saint is unknown, but it should be the experience of this person after he completed the God conferment. After that, this person ascended to the peak of the Tao and became the Tao ancestor. After that, there was no ancestor in his heart, no source and no flow, no beginning and no end, and his body became the Tao. After that, this person seemed to have stepped into a higher level and could no longer be described with the word Tao. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with green light. He could actually see so many things from the changes of those spirit tablets. This kid is really a freak. He is obviously not a citizen of the true world and he has never heard of my master's deeds. However, he could roughly predict my master's glorious life from the changes of the spirit tablets. The Ant Lord could easily see Ning Fan's memories in his sea of consciousness. She could not help but feel a little surprised. Ning Fan was too lazy to care about the Ant Lord. Instead, he walked to the incense burner table. Aside from the spirit tablet, there were 3 other things on the incense table: talisman paper, clear water, and a jade booklet. There were a total of 3 talismans, and each of them exuded an immense pressure of a sage. Their use was unknown. On the surface, clear water looked like water, but in reality, it was clear water wine. It was the final destination of wine after a lifetime of reincarnation. Ning Fan had already seen the clear water wine before. However, the medicinal power of the clear water wine in this place was obviously incomparable to the clear water wine that Tan Tai Weiyu had. After consuming it, it seemed to have a tremendous effect. Ning Fan had heard from the sludge monster at this jade book was called the heaven-opening jade book. It was said to be heaven-splitting, but it did not mean that the jade scroll was a heaven-splitting enchanted treasure. On the contrary, the jade scroll itself was not an enchanted treasure. It was just a book that recorded the merit of the true world. Based on the sludge monster's words, the heaven-splitting jade book was something that had existed since the true world was created. In the endless cycles of reincarnation, only 3,000 heaven-splitting jade books could exist, and not one more could exist. If someone's jade booklet was destroyed, heaven and earth would create another jade booklet to make up for the loss. Not all sages of the true world were qualified to possess the jade booklet. Those who possessed the jade booklet were not necessarily sages. This jade booklet was given to the Ant Lord by Patriarch Hong Jun. Only those who possessed the jade booklet could collect the merit of the true world. Without the jade booklet, it would be impossible for one to attain the sage ascension. The Ant Lord had been working hard for the Hong Jun sacred sect all her life. Naturally, she had made countless contributions in the true world. However, in order to attain the sage ascension, she had used up most of her merit. Thus, the merit of the true world that was left in the jade booklet was only a small portion of the original amount. Ning Fan opened the jade booklet. Immediately, a strange fragrance blew into his face. It was the fragrance of the merit. 12,400 merit points. Ning Fan had no concept of the merit points of the true world. Thus, he did not know whether these merit points were considered as a lot or a little. Damn it! You are not allowed to touch my jade booklet. I have accumulated those merit points for many years. How can I let you have them? It was the Ant Lord's resentful voice. Don't make a ruckus in my sea of consciousness. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you have a taste of my bewitching technique. You, humph. The Ant Lord compromised again, but his heart was bleeding. Ning Fan kept the heaven-opening jade tome for the time being. Then, he looked at the talisman papers, water and wine on the incense burner table with great interest. What are the functions of these two items? It didn't matter. He could chat with them and ask them. What's your name? Small talisman paper. My name is the Clear Jade Thunder Talisman. My name is the Shang Qing Divine Thunder Talisman. My name is Tai Qing Divine Thunder Talisman. Oh. It turned out that the three talisman papers were of different types. After chatting for a while, Ning Fan figured out that the three talisman papers were single-use talisman papers. After they are used, they could release the destructive power of a Saint Lightning technique that was infinitely close to the third step. To the Ant Lord, these three talismans were not of much use. They were created to commemorate the three senior brothers of the Hongjun sacred sect, Yuqing, Shangqing, and Taiqing. However, to Ning Fan, these three talisman papers were his strongest trump cards to protect himself. How many people in the Dharma-ending era could withstand a strike of a Saint Lightning technique and survive? Perhaps even great cultivators in the ancient times would have a layer of skin peeled off after receiving a strike of this talisman. As for first and second level quasi-saints, Ning Fan did not think that many of them could survive a strike of this talisman. Of course, even if the opponent could not withstand it, they could still dodge it. However, it was still unknown whether this talisman would be effective in a real battle. Very well. These three lightning talismans are mine now. TSK. You don't even want to let go of three low-grade heaven-opening talismans. How petty. The Ant Lord said disdainfully. With her experience as a saint, she obviously looked down on Ning Fan's petty behavior. Speaking of which, if you use these lightning talismans against me in the beginning, I would have no choice but to run away. Ning Fan seemed to have guessed something. If I don't take them, it's naturally because I can't use them with my scattered soul. The restriction of having a scattered soul is too great. Otherwise, do you think a dignified saint like me will lack the means to deal with a junior like you? You should have experienced it before. If I have my abilities, I can kill you with just a glance. The Ant Lord said angrily. Just as I thought. With the three lightning talismans in his hand, Ning Fan refined them slightly and directly stored them in his Dantian and primordial spirit. In the future, he would be able to use them to save his life whenever he is in a desperate situation. After that, he continued to chat with the water and the wine. After that, he found out that it was not an ordinary wine. It was the Dao wine that the Ant Lord had obtained from the Dao fruit meeting of the Hongjun sacred sect in the past. After drinking this bowl of Dao wine, it could increase the cultivation base of a saint by 1/10 of an era. It was exactly because this wine was too precious that the Ant Lord was reluctant to drink it in the past. She planned to drink it at the critical moment when she was about to break through her bottleneck. However, she did not expect that something unexpected would happen and she would never have the chance to drink it again. In the end, this incomparably precious Hongjun Dao wine became Ning Fan's. According to this wine, only saints can drink this wine. Otherwise, they will be lost in the endless cycle of samsara and lose their true path forever. Since ancient times until now, there has been no exception. I wonder how many great cultivators of the true world have tried it rashly. In the end, their existences were wiped out by this wine. With my current cultivation base, drinking it is equivalent to courting death. If I become a saint one day, I don't necessarily need this 1/10 of an era's worth of cultivation base. It is different from the 3 lightning talismans. Although the value of this wine is great, it is of little value to me. Of course, even if it was of little value, Ning Fan would not let it go. He still took the Hong Jun Dao wine away. The Ant Lord gnashed her teeth in hatred. However, she was powerless to stop him from snatching her treasures. At first, she thought that Ning Fan would let it go after snatching all of them. However, he had gone too far. Not only did he snatch away these inanimate objects, he even wanted to snatch her Dao. Madman! You damned lunatic! That is my Dao mountain. How dare you plunder? What are you going to use it for? This Empress Dao is useless against you. Ant Lord said angrily. Useless? Is chatting with her occasionally considered useful? Ning Fan said with a smile. If the Lord Ant was unhappy, he would be happy. He was determined to obtain this Dao mountain. Humph! Who do you think you are? Could Sage Dao Mountain be moved just because they wanted to? Can you even move it? If ancient great cultivators were to be smashed by this mountain, they would be suppressed by its weight, unable to escape. Oh! The Dao Mountain could be used like this. It could even be used to suppress ancient great cultivators. Does it have to be so powerful? The more the Ant Lord said that, the more Ning Fan wanted to take the Dao Mountain away. You really should go through my memories and see the conversation I had with this Dao Mountain. Even ancient great cultivators couldn't bear the weight of this mountain. Of course, I can't move it either. However, if she is willing to go with me, why would I need to move it? Thus, under the Ant Lord's murderous gaze, Ning Fan chatted with the Dao Mountain for a while more and deceived it into entering the profound Yin world. The moment the Dao Mountain left, the entire underground abyss shook violently. Countless rumbling noises reverberated throughout the area. However, those rumbling noises did not last for too long and soon subsided. I've gained quite a lot from this trip. Even though I've been cursed by the Ant Lord for life, I've also obtained quite a lot of good items. Between the gains and losses, I guess I have to weigh the pros and cons. Ning Fan's mood became very good again. The Ant Lord's mood, on the other hand, was terrible and gloomy. She had completely lost. Ning Fan was really the bane of her existence. Initially, she thought that Ning Fan would stop after plundering the Dao Mountain. However, she was wrong. She had underestimated Ning Fan's strength. Come to think of it, this tree of light is also a treasure. After all, even I was careless and fell into its trap. I should take it and use it with my godhood of wood. It should be a rare treasure that won't be any weaker than the Tree of 7 Wonders. You can also cut down a few of the orange trees and citrus trees here and plant them in Shenong's herb garden for occasional research. This river is also a little mysterious. I can cut off some of the river water and study it. The soil here is not bad as well. As far as Dao soil is concerned, it is of top-notch quality. I can collect some. Don't go too far. The Ant Master was furious. Silence. When Ning Fan frowned, the Ant Lord had no choice but to shut up obediently again, allowing Ning Fan to plunder the soil here without daring to utter another word. After a long time, Ning Fan finally finished scraping the ground. It's time to leave. Bottomless boat, take me against the current and leave this world. Understood. On the 12th level of the Earth Abyss. Why did the trembling of the Earth Abyss stop? Could it be that the Ant Lord did not wake up successfully? In the 12th level of the Earth Abyss, Omniscient Old Man secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If the Ant Lord really wakes up, he would have to pay a huge price even if he had the confidence to seal it again. It was not worth it. On the 13th level of the Earth Abyss. The trembling has stopped. It seems like that brat who stole the umbrella is about to return from the lower level. Immortal Stone, as soon as that brat returns to the 13th level, you and I will kill him at the same time. Fu Suchen ordered. Don't worry, little Taoist. I just need to punch him and he will die. The Immortal Stone said proudly. The acid rain on the 13th level had already stopped. When Ning Fan returned to the 13th level, he no longer needed to hold the umbrella. Just as he returned to the 13th level, he felt that he was locked on by killing intent. Almost at the same time, two attacks came at him, one from the front and one from the back. Stone Technique, Star Stone Fall. Rain Technique, Rootless Rain. Dark green corrosive rain fell from the sky. It was not naturally formed acid rain. Instead, it was the rain element divine ability that someone released. Ning Fan waved his sleeve and kept the dark green raindrops away. This level of rain could not even make him slightly serious. However, Ning Fan could not be too relaxed when facing those meteors that fell from the sky. He had to use all his strength because those meteors were the attacks of quasi-saints. He raised his hand and summoned the ocean-defying sword. Every time Ning Fan attacked with his Dao sword, a meteor would be cut into pieces. In the end, not a single meteor could really hit him. Get out, you scoundrel. Ning Fan's eyes were cold. He let out a devil roar and used all of his magic power to force Fu Suchen and the Immortal Stone out of their hiding places. He was not happy. No one likes to be ambushed by others. He did not want to listen to Fu Suchen and the Immortal Stone's explanation. He was the divine being that all living beings could communicate with. His perception towards killing intent was absolutely correct. If the other party wants to kill him, he did not need to know who they are at all. Impossible. This brat's magic power is actually at the level of 17,000 tribulations. Even though the purity of his magic power is not high, isn't the amount a little too much? The Immortal Stone was dumbfounded. This was seriously inconsistent with the information given by the Light Ant clan. Could it be that the Een Mother lied to him? After all, Ning Fan did not look like a weak chicken no matter how he looked at him. Not only was he not a weak chicken, but the Immortal Stone could even feel a hint of pressure from him. This was enough to prove that the other party's strength was above his and it was not just a little bit stronger. Bone. Bone age is not even 200,000 years old. What's going on? This brat's magic power is terrifyingly high but his bone age is so low that it defies common sense. Fu Suchen saw more than the Immortal Stone. He cultivated the divine eyes of the Rain Master which allowed him to ignore the concealment of the second step and see the true bone age and cultivation realm of the enemy. A bone age of more than 100,000 years, the peak Immortal King realm and the magic power of 17,000 tribulations. There were too many things about this brat that defied common sense. He no longer knew how he should feel surprised. Little Taoist, what should we do now? Why don't we retreat first? The Immortal Stone swallowed his saliva, feeling a little scared. He had been arrogant along the way, but after suffering several losses, he finally learned to be honest. It's not that we should retreat. It's me who will leave first. You stay here and guard the rear. If you can take him down, do it. If you can't, you will run away on your own. What? Little Taoist, you are going to leave me behind and run away alone again? The Immortal Stone said anxiously. This is an order. As soon as Fu Suchen finished speaking, he turned into rain and disappeared in a flash. It was a very mysterious rain escape technique that could evade most of the fatal attacks. Normally, ordinary people would not be able to catch Fu Suchen when he uses this technique to escape. However, he was too unlucky to encounter Ning Fan. Ning Fan was almost half a step into the Rain Master realm. He had absolute control over the rain. This kind of control might not be as good as the true Rain title and Rain Master realm, but it was more than enough to deal with Fu Suchen. The Rain of Heaven and Earth, listen to my command. Ning Fan clenched his 5 fingers and the rain that Fu Suchen dispersed immediately returned to where it came from. Then, the rain condensed again and turned back into Fu Suchen. The rain escape technique failed. Master Realm. It's actually the Rain Master Realm. Even though this young man is still half a step away from truly stepping into the Rain Master Realm, that half step is definitely not far away. How can he have such talent with a bone age of more than 10,000 years? Fu Suchen's worldview was about to collapse. He had always boasted that he was the most outstanding genius in the northern heaven. However, compared to Ning Fan, he was just a firefly while Ning Fan was the bright moon. Immortal Stone. What are you still standing there for? He has half a step into the Rain Master Realm. I can't escape from this place at all. Let's go all out and kill this young man. Yes. Freeze. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not plan to give the enemy a chance to prepare another attack. He pointed at the sky and froze the immortal stone on the spot. Under the immense pressure of magic power, the immortal stone was almost frozen for a whole breath of time. What was a breath of time enough for Ning Fan to do? It was enough for Ning Fan to kill Fu Suchen 10 times while the immortal stone could not move. Fu Suchen was just a small immortal king. He was invincible among those at the same level as him. However, that did not include someone like Ning Fan. His abilities were heaven-defying, but could he be more heaven-defying than Ning Fan? Ning Fan had crippled 90% of Fu Suchen's abilities with just a command from the Rain Master. The remaining 10% was a life-saving trump card that his master had left for him. However, that trump card still could not save his life. The ocean-defying sword light arrived from the sky. With just a single sword strike, Fu Suchen's body exploded. However, after his body exploded, his broken body turned into raindrops and strangely reformed. At the same time, a drop of green blood flew out from his glabella and turned into raindrops that dissipated. Interesting. I wonder how many more times you can use this life-saving technique of yours. Ning Fan struck out 9 sword strikes consecutively and killed Fu Suchen 9 times. Including the previous time, Fu Suchen had died 10 times in total. The green blood on his glabella finally disappeared and he no longer had the strength to revive. Don't you dare hurt little Taoist. After a breath of time, the immortal stone could finally move again. As soon as he saw Fu Suchen's soul blood being exhausted, he became anxious and wanted to rush to Fu Suchen's side to protect him. However, something that enraged him and made him despair happened. Ning Fan pointed at him again and froze him. In the next breath, he could not move again. No. Don't kill him. Please don't. The immortal stone was in despair. He begged Ning Fan almost as if he was begging. However, Ning Fan certainly would not sympathize with the pleading of his enemy. The ocean-defying sword slashed at Fu Suchen again. This time, if Fu Suchen died again, he would really not be able to revive. Summoning Rain Master's statue. However, he did not expect Fu Suchen to have other trump cards. He crushed a small jade token and summoned a gigantic statue of a god to protect his body, blocking Ning Fan's sword light. It was the statue of an ancient god. It was the greatest technique of the ancient god clan, which was at the same level as the ancient devil ancestral atavism technique. Only then did Ning Fan notice that Fu Suchen was not an ordinary immortal cultivator. He was actually an ancient god who possessed a divine heart. The ancient god clan had obviously lost their heart, but this person was able to cultivate to become an orthodox ancient god. He could be considered as a heaven-defying cultivator. Unfortunately, when a small heaven-defying cultivator met a heaven-defying cultivator, he could only be tortured. If you also have the magic power of a quasi-saint realm expert, this statue might be able to slightly threaten me. However, if it's only to this extent, it's still not enough. Ning Fan still did not use any extra techniques. He only used the ocean-defying sword to slash at the statue 7 times. The statue could not bear the burden and was destroyed in the end. Then, Fu Suchen, who was hiding behind the statue, was minced by Ning Fan's sword light and turned into a rain of blood. No. The immortal stone let out a sorrowful roar. After a breath's time, he regained his mobility. This time, Ning Fan did not stop him. Instead, he charged at him with his sword. You killed little Daoist child and caused me to lose my chance to return to my hometown. I will kill you. I will kill you. The immortal stone's rationality collapsed. In his rage, he only attacked and did not defend himself. He transformed into a gigantic stone sword which was on par with Ning Fan's ocean-defying sword. I don't know what you're angry about. That brat did not really die. Ning Fan felt rather speechless towards the immortal stone's anger. It was because he did not really kill Fu Suchen. No, it should be said that he killed Fu Suchen, but he only killed half of him. He did not know why the other half of his primordial spirit was not here. That was why he was lucky enough to escape death and not die for real. The immortal stone had completely lost its rationality. It could not hear Ning Fan's voice at all. All it knew was to fight Ning Fan with all its might. Upon seeing this, Ning Fan no longer wanted to talk nonsense with the immortal stone. He did not care whether Fu Suchen was completely dead or not. Similarly, he did not care whether the immortal stone was angry or not. He did not even care about the background of this man and the stone. He only cared about one thing. Would he be able to create another undying ghost soldier after killing this stone man in front of him? Unfortunately, I don't have enough sacrificial offerings. I need enough blood sacrifices to create a ghost soldier. Just as Ning Fan was thinking about where he could get some blood sacrifices to create a ghost soldier, he suddenly smiled. The laughing immortal stone was a sensible person. He was troubled by the lack of places to find sacrificial offerings, and the immortal stone took the initiative to send the sacrificial offerings to him. Stone men, bite him. Bite this thief to death. The gigantic sword made a slash in the air and opened the entrance of his Joss flame realm. Countless palm-sized stone men were summoned out. Those stone men seemed to have deadly poison in their bodies. Even though their cultivation bases were not high, ordinary quasi-saints would have a headache if they were bitten by them. Since you're cooperating with me like this, I'm embarrassed to kill you. Ning Fan opened his mouth and breathed out flames of flame and lightning that filled the sky. This kind of group attack easily eliminated most of the stone men. However, there were still a few stone men that slipped through the air like fish that escaped the net. After getting close to Ning Fan, they bit him. Even though the defense of Ning Fan's physical body was not bad, his skin still broke after being bitten by those stone men. Blood flowed out and he was poisoned. Fortunately, his poison resistance was astonishing. After the poison entered his body, even though he could not expel it within a short period of time, it did not cause any negative effects to Ning Fan at all. Chi. Chi, the flame thunder sword and ocean-defying sword, attacked at the same time. Those stone men that got close to him were all killed by Ning Fan in the end. There were about 1 million of these stone men. It was barely enough to create undying ghost soldiers. However, the success rate was not too high because it was barely enough. It would be great if I could have more sacrificial offerings. Then, the success rate of creating undying ghost soldiers would be relatively higher. As soon as Ning Fan had this thought, the immortal stone cooperated with him. The immortal stone opened another Joss flame realm and summoned millions of beautiful mountain ghosts from it. Those mountain ghosts were like wandering souls. They flew towards Ning Fan one after another. Then, they unleashed an illusion technique at him. It was an illusion technique that was jointly cast by millions of ghosts. It was Ning Fan's first time seeing such a large-scale illusion technique. Unfortunately, Ning Fan was also a master of illusion techniques. The shadow of the Fu Li demon in his left eye and the shadow of the dark Samsara branch in his right eye flashed at the same time. The millions of ghosts were reflected by his illusion technique. Then, the dark samsara branch grew out from the bodies of the ghosts. They were pierced by the samsara branch and killed. The immortal stone's method did not work again. He had added millions of sacrificial offerings for nothing. You don't have to cooperate with me anymore. We are enemies. Ning Fan smiled and said. I will kill you. I will kill you. The immortal stone had completely gone mad. It could not hear Ning Fan's sarcastic words at all. He opened the Joss Flame realm for the third time. This time, a mountain flew out from the realm. It was a suppressive mountain that weighed at least a few hundred stars. Ning Fan frowned slightly. Finally, he became slightly serious. If he gets crushed by this mountain, he would probably suffer a lot if he escapes from it since he did not have that much strength. It seems like this stone man isn't completely useless after all. Playing with suppression, huh? You have a suppressive mountain and I happen to have one as well. Miss Xiao Shan, I'll have to trouble you to help me. Don't be so polite, brother tree spirit. We are good siblings. Isn't it natural for us to help each other? Boom Ning Fan opened the profound Yin world. The Ant Lord's Tao Mountain carried an endless rumbling sound and smashed towards the immortal stone's suppressive mountain. The two massive mountains collided violently in the sky. Then, the Ant Lord's Tao Mountain directly smashed the opponent's suppressive mountain into pieces. It completely crushed the opponent's suppressive mountain. It's so powerful. Ning Fan was shocked. Initially, he only planned to keep this Tao Mountain for a chat. However, he did not expect it to be so powerful. Its power was not any weaker than a high-grade innate magic treasure. However, this Tao Mountain was not a magic treasure at all. It was just the condensation of the Ant Lord's Tao. Was the Taoist residence of a sage so terrifying that just the Taoist mountain itself could be used as a primordial upper-grade magic treasure? At first, I thought that the 3 Saint Lightning talismans are the most useful items. But perhaps, this Tao Mountain is. Ning Fan thought to himself. He actually shattered my origin suppression peak with a single strike. What kind of mountain is this? Why is there a sage's aura on it? The immortal stone was startled awake by this shocking scene, and regained some of its rationality. But in the face of the absolute gap in strength, magical treasures, and magical powers, what was the use of regaining some rationality? Under Ning Fan's command, the Tao Mountain of the Ant Lord smashed towards the immortal stone with the chi of a saint that could sweep away the samsara cycle. Ant Lord Dao Shan's first strike shattered the opponent's mountain of suppression. Ant Lord Tao Mountain's second strike directly suppressed the celestial stone beneath the mountain. I can't move. This mountain was too heavy. This is not the weight of the material plane, otherwise I would be able to escape no matter how heavy it is. This is actually the Tao Mountain. This was actually Sage Tao Mountain. Only by being suppressed could one personally experience the aura of the Tao Mountain. This motherfucking suppression was at the level of a sage. Could this lad be a saint? Could he be a saint? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The immortal stone was suppressed under the mountain and could not move at all. It roared furiously. All right. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Even though you cooperated with me, an enemy is an enemy. I can't really spare you just because of this. Now, the game ends. Ning Fan's eyes regained their ruthlessness. He had already found out the depth of his opponent's techniques during the previous round of probing. His opponent lacked offensive techniques. His strong point was his heaven-defying stone skin defense. How heaven-defying was it? It was so heaven-defying that he could remain unscathed after taking the attack of the sea-defying sword head-on. It was so heaven-defying that he only suffered light injuries when he was being suppressed by the Tao Mountain of the Ant Lord. However, the sea-defying sword's failure was not entirely due to his heaven-defying stone skin defense. It was also due to the influence of the 5 elements. The sea-defying sword was a weapon of the water element while the opponent was a stone man. Stone was a variant of the earth element. Among the 5 elements, the earth element restrained the water element. The sea-defying sword's power was naturally weakened by a lot when facing the opponent's stone skin defense. Moreover, the opponent's stone skin was already hard to begin with. Thus, it was not strange for it to remain unscathed. The same principle applied to the Tao mountain of the Ant Lord. Mountains and rocks were of the same origin. Thus, it was not surprising that the Tao mountain of the Ant Lord had a higher defense against such suppressive techniques. Fortunately, among the 5 elements, the wood element restrained the earth the most. Therefore, even though the mountain rocks were hard, the pine and cypress could still grow like diamonds and absorb all the nutrients from the earth. As for the wood element, it just happened to be the strongest Tao law that Ning Fan had currently. He had even cultivated the godhead of the Father God that surpassed the sovereign realm. Using the Tao mountain of the Ant Lord to suppress the immortal stone was just the first step. The Tao mountain of the Ant Lord could not do it to destroy the immortal stone. However, there was one thing that could. I see that you look like a tree. Have you ever tried to turn into a tree? Do you see this gigantic tree of light behind me? As soon as Ning Fan's voice fell, the immortal stone let out a miserable shriek. Countless seeds of the tree of light broke out from its body. The magic power in its body was sealed by the seeds of the tree of light. Then, its stone body began to turn into a tree, forcefully changing from the foundation of the Tao law. Its life force began to fade rapidly. The tree of light itself was very slow in killing people. However, after merging the power of Ning Fan's wood godhead into it, the tree of light simply became a great killing weapon that was not any weaker than high-grade innate magic treasures. Its power was not something that the immortal stone could resist at all. It was not that the immortal stone was too weak. It was because Ning Fan who had obtained the Tao mountain of the Ant Lord and the Tree of Light was too strong. Among the first-level quasi-saints in the last level, there were not many who could be on par with Ning Fan. Trash. You actually used my Tao mountain and the Tree of Light just to deal with a low-grade stone puppet. I have lived my entire life but I have never seen an immortal king as weak as you. The Ant Lord said sarcastically. However, she was actually very shocked. She was not shocked because Ning Fan easily defeated the immortal stone. Instead, she was shocked because Ning Fan could actually perfectly unleash the power of her Tao mountain and Tree of Light not long after he obtained them. Is this the power of communicating with all living things? He could easily achieve such a high level of tacit understanding with treasures that do not belong to him. It was no wonder that the first standard of the ancient divine kings was to have the ability to communicate with all living things. Such an ability was simply disobeying the order of the cultivation world. On the 12th level of the Earth Abyss, half of Fu Suchen's primordial spirit that was originally held hostage by Mother Yin suddenly broke free and disappeared without a trace. He had escaped. He wanted to escape back to his sect. He wanted to ask his master to take action and avenge him. Fu Suchen originally resented Mother Yin for keeping half of his primordial spirit. Now, however, he only felt lucky. If it wasn't for the half of his primordial spirit that was left behind, he might have been directly eliminated by that heaven-defying immortal King Ning Fan. Thief, just you wait. If my master takes action, you will certainly die. Chapter 12:10. Ning Fan's original intention was to kill the immortal stone to create the undying ghost soldier. However, his attempt ended in failure. Strange. There's nothing wrong with my technique but I still failed. It doesn't seem like it's because of the success rate. Instead, it seems like there's some other reason. Ning Fan remained silent as if he was thinking. After a long time, he seemed to have a guess but he could not verify it. Could it be that the stone man didn't come in his complete form from the beginning? Forget it. If my guess is right, I should have another chance to kill this stone man in the future. It's really hard to kill a quasi-saint realm being. Even though I don't know who they are, there's one thing I'm sure of. They are here for the heaven-battling jade umbrella. Ning Fan seized Fu Suchen's storage pouch. There was a golden compass inside which could lock the location of the heaven-battling jade umbrella. It was highly possible that they were the cultivators of the water sect that old ancestor Leisure mentioned. This compass seems to have a trace of spirit sense of a second-level quasi-saint. This is also the reason why this compass can lock onto the heaven-battling jade umbrella. Bang! Ning Fan exerted his magic power and shattered the compass into pieces. At the same time, at the place where the four great ominous seas of the northern heaven converged, an illusory old man who was sitting cross-legged on the waves opened his eyes. Did Fu Suchen fail? What a waste! The illusory old man's body was completely made of water. There were 6 green flood dragons swimming inside his body, but they could not get out no matter how hard they tried. Those 6 flood dragons seemed to be formed from his primordial spirit. 5 of the flood dragons had already taken solid form with a green dragon pearl in their mouths. Only the 6th flood dragon was still a little illusory and its dragon pearl was only half formed. Unfortunately, my 6th dragon has yet to stabilize. It's not suitable for me to take action now. I'll deal with this matter after the 6th dragon stabilizes. Immortal Stone, how strong is his opponent? Very strong. Extremely strong. My stone body is completely not his match. A stone man the size of a palm suddenly appeared and answered the illusory old man respectfully. From its appearance, this palm-sized stone man was shockingly a celestial stone that had shrunk countless times. How is he compared to me? The old man asked with a smile. He can fight against the master of the 3 dragons' reign. However, if master uses the strength of the 4th dragon or above, he will definitely lose. The immortal stone said hatefully. You actually forced this old man to use the strength of 3 dragons. Could it be that in your eyes, this lad is already comparable to a newly advanced second-stage quasi-sage? He seems to be only at the celestial king stage, right? The old man snorted coldly. Clearly, he felt that the celestial stone was exaggerating. Master, you must not be careless. This child is truly formidable. This lowly one did not lie. The immortal stone explained. Humph. How could I possibly be careless? It's precisely because I don't want to be careless that I'm waiting until I stabilize the 6th dragon before making my move, isn't that right? Alright, you can leave now. You can choose any of the divine treasure chests and strange stones from the 4 great savage seas. You must form a new stone body before the North Heaven competition. This is related to the ownership of the Stone Soldier 8 formation, so you can't be careless. In the entire water school, you're the only one who can help me. At this critical juncture, don't go looking for that brat for revenge. Remember. The kid you mentioned is just a minor problem. What we need to pay attention to are the holders of the 8 formations, such as Sikong Jia, Zi Lu Luo, and Fish Master. If you disappoint me again in the North Heaven competition, I won't help you find your hometown even if I ascend to the true world in the future. Yes. The immortal stone gritted his teeth and replied. Ning Fan left the 13th floor and returned to the 12th floor. Initially, he thought that he would have to face the pursuit of the Light Ant clan after returning to the 12th floor. However, what he did not expect was that the 12th floor of the Earth Abyss had already been destroyed by a certain supreme existence. For some unknown reason, the pursuit of the Light Ant clan did not come. Ning Fan had the red name of Heaven's Will above his head. As soon as he entered the 12th floor, he was immediately sensed by Mother Een and the other Light Ants. However, none of them dared to pursue him anymore. God knows if Omniscient Old Man would go crazy again and eliminate the remaining members of the Light Ant clan if they attack Ning Fan again. The 12th floor was completely destroyed by the Omniscient Old Man. The geomagnetic field that originally affected the senses of spirit sense was no longer effective. When Ning Fan returned to the 12th floor, he was surprised to find that no light ants came to pursue him. However, after sensing the omniscient old man's qi, he vaguely guessed the reason. Could it be that the person who destroyed this floor is Senior Omniscient? Did he come for me? Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. To the omniscient old man, he seems to be just an experimental subject, right? This omniscient old man really has a unique personality. Just for the sake of conducting an experiment. Of course, his strength is also top-notch and terrifying. The gigantic claw mark that was left in the crack of the floor gave off an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. It was just a claw mark, but it seemed to be even scarier than the Prime Ant Lord. If this claw was released in the outside world instead of here, half of the northern heaven would probably be destroyed by the omniscient old man's claw. What exactly is the omniscient old man's strength? Even though he claimed to be a nascent soul realm cultivator, is it possible for a nascent soul realm cultivator to be this powerful? The only thing I can be sure of is that this person doesn't have any malicious intent towards me. Ning Fan rushed towards the place where the omniscient old man was. Not long after, he arrived at the ruins of the Light Ant clan's holy city. Here, Ning Fan saw Mother Yin, Hua Kun and the experts of the Light Ant clan who were either severely injured or lightly injured. Eventually, his gaze fell on the omniscient old man. The omniscient old man was meditating on the ruins. As he was too focused, he was only able to sense Ning Fan's arrival half a beat later. When he saw that Ning Fan was really unscathed, the omniscient old man revealed a silly smile that was even dumber than a fool. His face was covered with tears and mucus. "Junior brother, you're alright. You're really alright. Those little ants didn't lie to me. You're still alive. You're still alive. This is great. This is great. Junior brother, since when did I become your junior brother?" These two words were like a huge bell that directly reverberated in the depths of Ning Fan's heart. He felt a shiver in his soul and a trace of sadness. However, he did not know where that sadness came from. It was like water without a source that came out of nowhere. However, it was not just sadness. There was also anger, hatred and forgiveness. It was an extremely complicated feeling. It was so complicated that Ning Fan felt a trace of bitterness in his heart. At this moment, Ning Fan felt a trace of karma. He did not feel it before, but when the omniscient old man called him junior brother, he felt it. That trace of karma did not exist in Ning Fan's past. Instead, it seemed to exist in his future. Ning Fan was inwardly surprised. Could it be that his future will be intertwined with this omniscient old man and even become his junior brother? Or perhaps, this person just called him junior brother wrongly and the complicated feelings in his heart were just an illusion. "Senior, why did you call me junior brother?" Ning Fan calmed himself down and asked. What junior brother? Little friend Ning, what nonsense are you talking about? Humph. Speaking of which, why did you destroy the 12th level of the Earth Abyss to such a state? Do you know what the consequences will be? The omniscient old man's eyes were filled with confusion. His memory was messed up again. "Senior, are you sure that I'm the one who destroyed this place? Look at that claw mark. It's obviously your qi." Ning Fan was speechless. He was not going to take the blame for this. If you look carefully, it's really me who did it. Speaking of which, why can't I remember why I want to destroy this place? Ning Fan shook his head. He felt that the omniscient old man must be talking nonsense when he called him junior brother. Thus, he decided not to think too much about it. He walked towards Yinmu and Huanor. When the two of them saw Ning Fan approaching them, they instinctively put up their guard. Luckily, Ning Fan did not plan to attack them. Instead, he had something to say. "Remove the red name on my head," Ning Fan said to Mother Yin with a meaningful smile. He had obtained quite a lot of benefits from his trip to the 15th level. Now, he had some confidence even when facing a second-level quasi-saint like Mother Yin. The reason why he smiled was because when he saw Mother Yin and Hua Ao, he recalled the wonderful things he did to them in the illusory realm. He could still remember the taste of the two ladies. They were quite delicious. Perhaps it was because the scattered soul of the Light Ant clan's progenitor, the Ant Lord, was in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. His words still carried an invisible deterrent force even though he did not deliberately use a dignified tone. It made Mother Yin and Hua Ao's expressions change drastically. They felt an irresistible urge to submit to him. They did not know why, but they felt a supreme bloodline suppression from Ning Fan's body. It was as if the one who gave them the order was not Ning Fan but the Ant Lord. Yes. What? Why did I say yes instinctively? Mother Yin was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. She really wanted to slap herself a few times. The word obey came out of her mouth instinctively. However, she did not understand it. She could not understand it. Her subconscious mind and her instincts. Why did she have to be afraid of Ning Fan to this extent? Why did she have to obey Ning Fan's orders? Why did she have a feeling of being suppressed by Ning Fan's aura field? She was just a second-level quasi-saint. Ning Fan was just a junior. However, in the end, she still removed the red name above Ning Fan's head obediently. Yes. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. It seemed like Mother Yin's reply was a little strange. After that, he pondered for a moment and purposely said to Hua Ao, who was beside him in a commanding tone, "Come and sleep with me tonight." What? This brat is too arrogant. How dare he insult Lord Hua Ao with such frivolous words? It was unknown how many experts of the Light Ant clan were angered by Ning Fan's words. However, when Ning Fan swept his gaze across them, those ants with weaker cultivation bases actually felt their knees go weak and knelt down in his direction. Hua Ao felt a heaven-shaking rage. She was the dethroned emperor of the Light Ant clan. What was a dethroned emperor? A dethroned emperor was a dethroned monarch. It meant that she really used to hold the highest authority in the Light Ant clan. Even though she was no longer the Light Ant monarch in the past, it still did not diminish her nobility. She was such a noble lady. What kind of joke was Ning Fan making? He actually asked her to sleep with him. How could she agree to that? How? How could she not disobey Ning Fan's order? What was going on? Yes. It was the word yes again. Hua Ao shed tears of humiliation. She did not understand why she could not disobey Ning Fan's order. However, she would rather die than put down her nobility and sleep with Ning Fan. You come tonight too? Ning Fan said to Mother Yin. Yes. Yes. Mother Yin also closed her eyes in humiliation and clenched her teeth. She could not disobey Ning Fan's order. The reason was unknown. Interesting. Is this the benefit of being possessed by the Lord Ant? Ning Fan thought to himself. It's not interesting at all. You're actually using our primogenitor's pressure to forcibly order our people. You're too shameless. How could you ask them to do that kind of thing with you? The Lord Ant's angry rebuke resounded in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. We are enemies in the first place. Could it be that only you are allowed to kill me but I am not allowed to use some methods against you? Heh. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Ning Fan finally figured it out. Now that the Lord Ant had possessed him, none of the Light Ants could disobey his order. The Light Ants were his enemies just a while ago. Now, all of them had become his subordinates and his maids. No one could disobey his order. Not even a second-level quasi-saint like Mother Yin could do it. Not even a heavenly proud lady like Hua Ao could do it. Unbelievable. What did you do? Why did these little ants suddenly listen to you? No. Your chi doesn't feel right. There is something wrong with your sea of consciousness. Let me see, a speck of ash and an ant. It's her. Why is she in your sea of consciousness? How dare this lowly servant trick you like this? Omniscient old man's expression changed greatly. Without saying a word, he grabbed Ning Fan and ran madly towards the 5th level of the earth abyss. That kind of undisguised anxiety carried a hint of madness, as if he would go crazy again at any time. He would not allow anything to happen to Ning Fan. No one is allowed to hurt Ning Fan. That's his junior brother. He had done too many wrong things. However, this time, he must protect this person. He must protect him. Senior Omniscient. The strange feeling in Ning Fan's heart appeared again. In the silence, he actually had a feeling that he wanted to cry, but he couldn't. Cry. How many years had it been since he last cried? He could not remember. He was never a weak person. However, at this moment, Omniscient Old Man's back made him feel a sense of sadness. It really isn't an illusion. This person didn't intervene in my past. Then, this karma must be in the future. My future is connected to this person's past. This is the true face of samsara. In the Light Ancestor Earth Abyss, I met Senior Omniscient for the first time. However, to Senior Omniscient, he has seen me a few times. Ning Fan seemed to have an epiphany. The chaotic karma lines in the world seemed to have become clear at this moment. It was the proof of his Tao comprehension. He felt that he was not that far away from the 3rd level of the heavenly being realm. If his Tao comprehension continues to improve, he would push open the 3rd gate of the heavenly being realm one day. At that time, he would be able to sort out all his past and future. At that time, he would be able to see himself clearly. Only then would he understand if he was a person, a butterfly, an eye fan, or a tree. Ugh. This brat is facing a great disaster, but he still has the mood to comprehend the Tao. He's really a freak. No wonder Master was so biased in the past. It made me jealous. Omniscient Old Man was speechless. Then, he felt lost again. But who is Master? I can't get rid of her. Omniscient Old Man had tried nearly 100 methods, but none of them could erase the Ant Lord from Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. This made the Ant Lord feel very proud. She could not defeat Omniscient Old Man and had always been suppressed by him. Finally, there was a time when Omniscient Old Man could not do anything to her. This feeling is really great. Wah! Omniscient Old Man knelt on the ground, thumping his chest and wailing. Master! Master! I can't even save my junior brother. What's the use of me living in this reincarnation of 44 eras? What's the use of cultivating the Tao of the defiant crane? I'd rather die. His depressed and sorrowful tone once again shocked Ning Fan's heart. I'm just possessed by the Ant Lord. Why do I have to do this? Why do I have to do this? Senior, why do you have to be so sad? After experiencing some things, I don't think it's a bad thing to be possessed by the Ant Lord. Even I don't think it's a big deal. There's no reason for you to feel so sad. Ning Fan had never faced such a situation before. For a moment, he did not know what to do. Omniscient Old Man's crying look was very funny. However, he could not laugh. Not only was he unable to laugh, but he also had a feeling of wanting to cry. There must be a way. There must be. There must be. Senior brother will bring you to cure your illness. I won't suppress the Ant Lord anymore. We'll go and cure your illness. Omniscient Old Man became even crazier. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect this despicable crane to have such a miserable moment. It's really funny. The Ant Lord laughed happily. But soon, she could not feel happy anymore. It was because Ning Fan used the bewitching technique on her. Silence. If I hear you laugh again, don't blame me for being merciless. Ning Fan was very angry. In this world, there were people who could really make him angry to this extent. However, the strange thing was that omniscient old man was actually one of them. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange. How hateful. The Ant Lord felt greatly humiliated. However, she did not dare to laugh anymore as she was afraid that she would suffer more. If she was the real Ant Lord, she would probably rather destroy herself than yield to Ning Fan. However, she was just a scattered soul. How could a scattered soul's broken down heart have that much determination and ruthlessness? Ning Fan tried his best to calm the omniscient old man down. In the end, he still managed to send him away. With omniscient old man's cultivation base, if he really goes to the outside world and goes crazy, no one would be able to suppress him once something goes wrong. The 12th level of the earth abyss that was transformed from the spine of a saint was extremely sturdy. However, it was destroyed by omniscient old man after just a few scratches. If omniscient old man goes to the northern heaven and goes crazy, all living beings would be plunged into misery and suffering. What a headache. When senior omniscient old man goes crazy, I really can't suppress him no matter what. I still have to be more careful in the future not to provoke him too much. Ning Fan sighed. Then, he looked at the two quasi-saint realm females in front of him with interest. Mother Yin and Hua Ao. The night had arrived. The two of them finally came to keep their promise. They could not go against the Ant Lord's ancestral aura force. If I say that I want to pluck you two tonight and destroy your cultivation base, will you be afraid? Ning Fan said emotionlessly. What? How dare you? Mother Yin and Hua Ao's faces turned pale in an instant. Initially, they thought that it was already very humiliating for them to sleep with Ning Fan. They did not expect that Ning Fan still wanted to pluck them and make them fall from the quasi-saint realm. Don't be afraid. I'm just saying. You two can go back now. Suddenly, Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He was actually sent away by the two females again. He actually did not pluck the two excellent quasi-saint realm human cauldrons. No, it should be said that his original intention was indeed to pluck the two females tonight to improve his cultivation base. However, he changed his mind at the last moment. Just like what was mentioned before, the Ant Lord lived in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. He could read her thoughts at any time. When Ning Fan really wanted to pluck the two females, the Ant Lord's inner thought was actually for him to pluck them as soon as possible. The Ant Lord thought inwardly. Pluck them as much as you can. What a reckless brat. You sullied my people. Of course, I'm angry. However, if you not only sully them but also pluck them, you will definitely suffer the consequences of your own actions. When there are no more quasi-saint realm female light ants in this place, it will be the best time for me to break out of the seal. I want to kill you 10,000 times or even 1,000,000 times in the real world. The Ant Lord's inner thought was too shocking. If Ning Fan really plucked Mother Yin and Hua Ao, causing there to be no more quasi-saint realm female ants in the light ancestor Earth Abyss, would the Ant Lord be able to break out of the seal? Could it be that the existences of Mother Yin and Hua Ao were the crucial parts to suppress the Ant Lord? One should know that what Ning Fan obtained was not all of the Ant Lord's undying soul. Instead, it was just an extremely small trace of it. That was why it was called scattered soul. This little bit of scattered soul was probably not even 1,000th of the Ant Lord's total soul. Most of the Ant Lord's existences were actually suppressed by the all-knowing old man. If the Ant Lord breaks out of the seal, it would be a huge joke. She could kill Ning Fan with just a glance. Even if the all-knowing old man had the ability to suppress her again, he might not be able to save Ning Fan in time. Damn it. My spirit sense is connected to yours. You saw my thoughts and changed your mind. That's why you didn't pluck those two women. The Ant Lord said disappointedly. So, you want me to bully and humiliate your people, right? Of course not. But I also desire freedom. Freedom? Don't even think about that kind of thing. I won't give you the chance to take revenge on me. Just stay in my sea of consciousness obediently. Out of caution, Ning Fan did not pluck Mother Yin and Hua Ao in the end. When everything came to an end, Ning Fan finally felt a trace of fatigue and a trace of pain in his sea of consciousness. His sea of consciousness had yet to recover from the injury. It was left behind when he died in the Ant Lord's dream. Ning Fan consumed some pills in an attempt to heal his sea of consciousness. As the medicinal power spread, he also felt sleepy. The recovery of his sea of consciousness was naturally the fastest when he was asleep. However, as soon as he fell asleep, he had a bad feeling. In the dream world, Ning Fan looked at the Ant Lord, who was even larger than heaven and earth. His expression was extremely unpleasant. Do you really want to pester me endlessly and kill me 1,000,000 times in my dream? Of course. Even though killing you in your dream won't hurt your sea of consciousness, I can't stand it anymore. You've been disrespectful to me time and time again. This is the punishment you deserve. The Ant Lord said mercilessly. Aren't you afraid that I will punish you after you wake up from this dream? Ning Fan said coldly. We'll talk about tomorrow's matter. I'm going to kill you tonight. However, there's one thing I don't understand. Have you been to the Canaan Sea of Bitterness of the chaotic Kuan sacred sect before? The Ant Lord asked curiously. No. Then why can your dream create the scenery of the Canaan Sea of Bitterness? The Ant Lord frowned. She did not know why, but she actually felt a hint of uneasiness in this dreamland where Ning Fan absolutely suppressed her. The scenery in Ning Fan's dream was a place called the Canaan Bitter Sea. This place did not exist in the illusory world. Instead, it existed in the chaotic Kuan sacred sect of the true world. Because this is not Master's memory. This is the memory of the Canaan Sea of Misery. It is mine. I mean an insignificant dust immortal from the true world. I'm looking for a person whose tears are even more bitter than this sea, a person whose tears can enlighten me. An inconspicuous speck of dust suddenly appeared in Ning Fan's dream world. Almost as soon as the dust appeared, the Ant Lord's beautiful eyes flickered. You're Yin Ji. I remember you. You are the Yin concubine who barged into the saint's dream in the reincarnation dream. Back then, he even stabbed me. I'm not the only one. You've also injured dozens of saints' mind spaces and committed a great crime in the true world. I didn't expect that you would still be alive. Why are you in the purple battle illusory world? Could it be that you even pierced through immortal Emperor Zido's dream realm? He actually escaped to this place. Escaped? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just looking for someone in the dreams of all living beings. However, I got lost and accidentally barged into this world. I want to find him, but I can't find him no matter how hard I try. Is this immortal Emperor Zido's illusory world? I'm not sure. Did I hurt your sea of consciousness before? I don't remember. Yin Ji said in a daze. Why are you in this young man's dream? Are you here to stop me from killing this young man? The Ant Lord said coldly. He's my master. His sea of consciousness is my home. If I'm not here, where should I be? However, you are too rude. You actually barged into my home without my permission. Besides, you even barged into my master's dream and wanted to bully him in his dream. This won't do. If you bully him, he will get angry and refuse to help me find him. Ning Fan was baffled. This dust immortal who was called Yin Ji was subdued by him when he killed a primal core great sovereign. As Yin Ji's abilities in the real world were too weak, Ning Fan had never used her. In fact, he gradually neglected her. Yin Ji was too inconspicuous. She was just a speck of dust. Usually, she would not make any noise in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness, which was completely different from the Ant Lord. Therefore, when the Ant Lord first possessed Ning Fan, he actually did not notice that there was someone else in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. Speaking of which, Yin Ji is just a small speck of dust. Why would the Ant Lord be so shocked and fearful when he saw her? Could it be that she is not as weak as she looks? Does she have some kind of ability that can threaten a saint? Yin Ji. Back off. Don't get in my way. This is a grudge between me and Ning Fan. If you interfere with a saint's karma, you might regret it in the future. The Ant Lord said with a dark expression. I won't back off. What can you do to me? If you don't back off, I will crush you in this young man's dream. Can you do that? I might not be your match, but I was once enlightened by a drop of someone's tear. Can you defeat that person? As soon as Yin Ji finished speaking, a faceless giant appeared in the Canaan Sea of Misery. This giant was not really faceless, but with Yin Ji's ability, she could not transform this person's face, as if heaven and earth did not allow it. Although the giant had no face, he could cry. His face was devoid of any facial features or expression, but anyone who saw him would be able to feel the desolate sorrow radiating from him. I can't find it. Even if I search for it, I still can't find it. I found Master, I found Senior Brother, I found 7 Apricot Mountain, I found all the smiles you left for me, I even found myself, but only you, I can't find, Ji He, Su Qiuling, Mu Weiliang, Red Yiksha, Ji Qingling, Nalan Ling, Shan Hai Ling. Which one is you? I've searched through all the flowers in the mortal world. Every single one of them looks like you, and every single one of them is not you. Searching for a single star amidst a billion boundless expanse is something that cannot be chanced upon, something that cannot be sought, something that cannot be described with words. Awakening after 10 years, unthinkable and indestructible. He was at a loss in this life. We will not meet again in the next life. Ning Fan did not know why, but he still shed tears in the end. He looked at the faceless giant as if he was looking at himself, at his own future, at his own despair, at his own loneliness. That faceless giant was too terrifying. When he stood there, the Ant Lord could only kneel and crawl on the surface of the Canaan Bitter Sea. He did not even have the right to stand in front of him. How could there be such a powerful being in this world? Even her master, Hong Jun, was not this strong. Who is this faceless giant? Who exactly is he? No one is allowed to disturb my dream. The faceless giant suddenly gave an order. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's world of dreams shattered. No one could disturb the dream of that faceless giant, not even Ning Fan. Ning Fan opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with confusion. He wanted to enter the dream realm again to take a look at that faceless giant again. However, to his horror, he realized that as soon as the faceless giant gave his order, he was actually deprived of the right to enter the dream realm again. From now on, Ning Fan could still sleep, but he would never be able to dream again. He had lost the right to enter the dream realm. That person was too domineering. He just wanted to keep all of his dreams for himself. No one could disturb him. No one could share them with him. No one could touch them. Not even Ning Fan could do it. Damn it. This young man's right to dream has actually been taken away. What kind of heaven-defying method is this? But the problem is, if this young man doesn't dream, how am I going to kill him in his dream? This is the only happiness I have in being imprisoned in this place. If this happiness is also taken away, wouldn't I only have one thing left to do for the rest of my life? The Ant Lord wanted to cry but had no tears. However, Ning Fan ignored the Ant Lord, which was rare. At this moment, he really could not smile. Everything that he had experienced today made him unable to smile. Who am I? Ning Fan pushed the door open and walked out. He raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, he was not looking at the sky. Instead, he was eager to see the origin of samsara and his starting point. He wanted to know who the faceless giant was looking for. Then, he would find her. I'm sorry, Master. I didn't know that creating the dream realm of Jia Nan Sea of Bitterness would cause you so much trouble. By the way, let me remind Master that the faceless giant is the person I'm looking for. Shameful. Yin Ji's guilty voice resounded in his sea of consciousness. After feeling guilty, there was also shyness. She was just a speck of dust, but she had fallen in love with that man whom she could not even see his face clearly. I guess even if you find him, he won't want to see you. His heart is completely empty. He only has one person in it. Even if there's one more speck of dust in his heart, he won't be able to put it away. Ning Fan sighed. Yin Ji was destined not to understand his words, and she also did not want to understand them. She just wanted to find that person and thank him for enlightening her with just a drop of his tear in the past. I need to calm down and stabilize my Tao heart. My Tao heart is in a mess. Chapter 12:11. Ning Fan's Tao heart was in a mess. His Tao heart was also affected by the sorrow of the faceless giant. It was also filled with sorrow and confusion. His Tao was stubbornness, and his character was even more stubborn. If a stubborn person's heart was not in a mess, it was almost impossible for him to be affected by the outside world. This was his advantage. At the same time, however, once a stubborn person enters a dead end, it would be difficult for him to get out of it. Currently, Ning Fan was in such a situation. He was at a loss and could not get out of it. He felt a sense of helplessness. For the first time in his life, he felt the terror of reincarnation. The source of this terror was not true or false, 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 but rather eternal loneliness. He had to use his eternal life to find someone, but he could not find that person. What kind of pain was that? Why did the faceless giant want to find that person? It was because he had lost it. He had nothing left. He had lost everything that he wanted to obtain. Is that faceless giant really my future? Or perhaps, I am his future. Am I the master and he follows me, or is he the master and I follow him? If he is my future, then I don't want such a future. How can I avoid it? Or perhaps, I am not his future and he is not my past. I am just the manifestation of a trace of such a powerful being's divine ability. Even my existence itself is fake. All the past and future are fabricated. If that's the case, I won't be me anymore, hee hee. So what if I am me? So what if I am not me? I actually don't care about all of this. I don't have the time to think about it. What I am afraid of is actually the future of the faceless giant. After losing everything, I will face eternal loneliness. How can I avoid this kind of future? Is the future really something that you can avoid just because you want to? Ning Fan sighed. The more Ning Fan understood about samsara, the more he knew that the more you try to escape, the more you can't escape from it. That was why he needed that trace of stubbornness to go against the current and crash into the great circle of samsara. He would not hesitate to do so even if his head would bleed. Perhaps he could open up a chance of survival. Perhaps he could not. However, he would only know after trying. If he could not break it open after one attempt, he would crash it 10 times. If he could not break it open after 10 attempts, he would crash it 100 times. Gradually, the bewilderment in Ning Fan's heart was swept away. However, there was only a trace of sadness that was engraved in his heart and could not be dispelled no matter what. Sure enough, no matter how firm his Tao heart was, he was unable to truly obliterate his feelings. He could sweep away all the confusion in his heart, but he could not sweep away the sorrow in his heart. This was the troublesome part of having the 7 emotions. However, it was only when he had emotions that he could be considered a person, and not just an immortal or a demon. Ant Lord, I thought I could barely accept the reality of being possessed by you, but you insisted on killing me in my dreams. As expected, I still want to kill you even more. Hey, even that stupid crane couldn't do anything to me. What methods do you have to get rid of me? The most you can do is use your bewitching techniques to threaten me. Come on, come on. This consort dared to kill you in your dreams, so I was already prepared to be tortured by you. You don't say, after being tortured by you a few times, this consort really wants to have a taste. In the past, I have been cultivating in the Hongjun sacred sect, and I have never come into contact with such matters. You have to say, it is quite wonderful. The Ant Master said stubbornly. Stop being so stubborn. You're actually still afraid in your heart. You're afraid that I'll turn your pathetic state into a jade slip and spread it through the entire true world. You are truly shameless. But you don't have to be so stubborn. Do you really dare to run to the true world? I know you don't dare. You only dare to show off in Zido's dreams. It's really meaningless to argue. If I don't try, how would I know that I can't kill you? Ancient Country Trading Formation. Ning Fan set up the Ancient Country Trading Formation. It seemed like he wanted to buy something from the heaven-reaching cult to kill the Ant Lord. Oh. You, a junior from the illusionary world, actually know about the Ancient Country Trading Formation? What a pity. Even though the heaven-reaching cult also has one or two methods to kill me, those methods are all in the hands of their cult master. Who do you think the heaven-reaching cult master is? He is my third senior brother. Even though he betrayed the Hongjun sacred sect in a fit of anger in the past, our brother-sister relationship is still there. As soon as you say that you want to buy a method to get rid of me, the people of the heaven-reaching cult will definitely know that you want to kill me. After all, my master has only imparted this life-saving method to me in the past. Why are your senior brothers everywhere? Ning Fan was speechless. His mind was connected with the Ant Lord. In his sea of consciousness, the Ant Lord could not lie at all. All of his malicious thoughts would be exposed. After hearing what the Ant Lord said, he really could not buy the method to kill the Ant Lord from the heaven-reaching cult anymore. He could imagine the consequences of doing so in his mind. The small theater in Ning Fan's mind, the heaven-reaching cult master, thief. How dare you want to kill my junior sister? From today onwards, all the transactions of the heaven-reaching cult will no longer be open to you. Cough cough. Third senior brother would never speak in such a tone. He is a person who doesn't like to talk nonsense. He probably won't even be bothered to scold you. Instead, he will directly blacklist your qualification to trade with the ancient country. The Ant Lord could see Ning Fan's memories. Of course, she could see the small theater in his mind. She originally thought that Ning Fan would be a cold and aloof person. Unexpectedly, there was actually such a stupid side hidden deep in his personality. It's hard not to be stained by the aura of a stupid person after staying together with a master like that. Ning Fan thought of the old devil and his chrysanthemum blossom face that was always cheerful. Now that he had already arrived at the northern heaven, he would make some time to visit the Four Majestic sect after eliminating the foreign races in the northern heaven. Then, he would use the passage to return to the rain world to have a look. Mother should have already woken up. If that's the case, father should not have such a stern expression anymore. Master should have already saved mistress. Speaking of which, mistress is Dugu's elder sister. Her name seems to be Xiaomei. This isn't a form of address that I can use. Should I call her mistress or elder sister? If I call her elder sister, master will probably vomit blood out of anger. It's better not to anger him. The cultivation base of Jiha's team should not have improved much. After all, they are too lazy and they don't like to cultivate. As for Qiuling, she might be busy planting flowers and composing poems. Thus, her cultivation base did not improve much either. What about Hong Yi? Is she continuing to be the Thunder Sovereign Buzhou, or is she ascending to the ancient devil's abyss as she wished? As for Yu Lingkong, she is still busy planting cucumbers. There are so many women in 7 Apricot City. Did any of them fight when he was not at home? I guess so. There's also little Martin, big head and... Ding ding ding. All of a sudden, the ancient country's trading formation rang hurriedly. It was Ning Fan's first time encountering such a situation. Even though he had set up the ancient country's trading formation, he did not activate the transaction as he was worried that his identity as the Lord Ant would be exposed. Thus, he did not know where the sound came from. Idiot. It's the person who has made a private transaction with you. He's looking for you urgently. As long as you have made a private transaction, the ancient country's trading formation will record your world plane. It will be much more convenient for you to make transactions in the future without going through the heaven-reaching sect. I've seen this part of your memories. The other party seems to be a saint of the little mountain world. Little thief Ning, oh little thief Ning. Look at what you've done. Didn't you sell a lot of problematic heavy wood to him? He's probably coming to you for an explanation. The Lord Ant said sarcastically. This was exactly what it meant by a prophecy coming true. Ning Fan cast a hand seal at the ancient country's trading formation. Just as he activated the formation, he heard the angry voice of a lady coming from the other side of the formation. You're finally willing to show your face. Kill. Life. Fox. Fox of Killing Life was Ning Fan's nickname in the heaven-reaching sect. Miss Ling on the other side seemed to be quite angry. She almost roared out those words. She no longer addressed Ning Fan as fellow Taoist like before. Instead, she directly called him by his nickname. How could she not be angry? She had bought a huge amount of 800 million heavy wood from Ning Fan. In the end, all of the goods were contaminated by the Tao-nourishing immortal grain. All of them were damaged. Grade. She wished she could peel off the bones of this unscrupulous merchant. Miss Ling, is it? I know what you're angry about. However, can you allow me to explain? Ning Fan smiled bitterly. It was his fault. It was reasonable for her to be angry. Humph. Miss Ling let out a soft snort. However, she did not say anything else. Obviously, she was waiting for Ning Fan's explanation. Before the transaction, I didn't know that there was a problem with that batch of goods. As a matter of fact, I'm also the victim. After that, I also went through a lot of trouble to separate the Tao-nourishing immortal grain from my body. You really don't know? You didn't purposely plot against me with the Tao-nourishing immortal grain? Miss Ling's tone seemed to have become much gentler. I'm serious. If you don't believe me, I can make a great vow of Heart Devil. Ning Fan did not like to make vows. However, he made an exception this time because he was the one in the wrong. The harm of the Tao-nourishing immortal grain was too great. He did not know if Miss Ling on the other side had suffered great harm because of it. If she had, he was willing to bear all the responsibility and compensate her fully. No matter how great the compensation was. To his enemies, Ning Fan could be so ruthless that he would resort to any means necessary. However, to ordinary people, Ning Fan always had his own principles. Even a paranoid person would have his own set of principles. I don't believe in vows, if that's the case, but I believe you. Just as Ning Fan wanted to say some other methods to make Miss Ling believe him, he swallowed all of his words after hearing what she said. If I don't believe you, I wouldn't have waited so long just to ask for an explanation. As expected, you are also a victim. If that's the case, I have a forbidden technique here that can expel the Tao-nourishing immortal grain from your body. I'll pass it to you now. Pay attention when you receive it. Bang! Miss Ling's luck seemed to be a little bad. The jade slip that she used to inscribe the secret technique did not succeed in the transaction. Instead, it was destroyed in the space-time turbulence. This was also the risk of making a private transaction. She had no choice but to teleport again. This time, the jade slip was successfully delivered to Ning Fan. Mountain Sea Exorcism Technique: consume half of your immortal lifespan and half of your cultivation base to forcefully expel any impurities from your body. It was a very powerful secret technique that could expel the Tao-nourishing immortal grain from your body in an instant. However, the price you have to pay was equally great. Compared to the multi-layered soul sealing technique, each of them had its own advantages and disadvantages. Ning Fan had already removed the Tao-nourishing immortal grain from his body. This technique was useless to him. However, the other party's intention and the way she handled things made his heart tremble. His expression changed. This lady is not here to vent her anger on me. This lady is here to save my life. He did not know this woman at all, yet she was willing to go this far for him. Was this her Tao? Even though Ning Fan had never met this Miss Ling before, he felt like he could see her valiant smile and her clean and efficient way of doing things. Why do you believe that I'm not lying to you? Ning Fan sighed. There's no evidence to speak of when it comes to believing in things like this. Only those who have reached the fourth step can jump out of this world. Being in this world, my reincarnation is in the hands of others. There's no way for me to differentiate between what's real and what's fake. If I want to survive, I must believe in something. After all, this is a world that can only exist if you believe in it. So you have complete trust in everyone? Of course not. For something like trust, it depends on the person and the affinity of the eyes. I have a good impression of you. My intuition tells me that you don't have the intention to harm me. Miss Ling answered. Intuition, huh? But sometimes, intuition can be deceiving. If I still get deceived even though I believe in my intuition, then it's a tribulation in my life. Since it's a tribulation, I still have to go through it even if I can avoid it. Hey! Fellow Taoist, don't tell me you're thinking of opening the ancient country trading formation to discuss Tao. The operation of the formation consumes a lot of heavenly Tao gold. In order to plant the trees again, I've spent quite a lot of money recently. If there's nothing else, then Wait. Is there anything else? Miss, were you harmed by the Tao-nourishing immortal grain? I'm fine, but the big toad tree that I planted was killed by your polluted wood chi. Miss Ling said sadly. I'm sorry. Forget it. You didn't do it on purpose anyway. If it's the big toad tree, I can just plant it again. Anyway, I've already planted 42 of them. Perhaps I can plant the next one. Speaking of which, why do you want to plant the trees and why do you want to plant the big toad tree? You really want to open the trading formation to chat with me, right? Miss Ling felt a headache coming on. She had very few friends. Thus, she rarely discussed Tao with others. She had a good impression of Ning Fan. It was not a bad decision to discuss Tao with him once in a while. However, the problem was no money. Got it. In the heaven-reaching cult, the spiritual seedlings of the big toad tree were not cheap. She had already spent a lot of heavenly Tao gold to buy the spiritual seedlings again. In order to buy the unpolluted heavy wood from other world planes, she spent a huge amount of gold and silver again. At this moment, she really did not have much money left to chat with Ning Fan. Ding ding ding. Just as Miss Ling was about to find an excuse to send Ning Fan away, she suddenly heard a sound coming from the formation. Then, something was teleported over from the other side. It was fine if Miss Ling didn't look, but when she did, she was shocked. Ning Fan actually teleported 500 taels of heavenly Tao gold to her. He is obviously not even a saint, but he's actually so rich. Now, miss, you have enough money to maintain the operation of the trading formation. Ning Fan's laughter resounded from the other side of the formation. Ning Fan was such a person. If someone showed him respect, he would return it tenfold. Since the other party cared about him first, he would return the favor. In addition to the mistake he had made previously, it was not strange for him to give the other party 500 gold taels as compensation. I can't take your money for free. Miss Ling frowned. She did not like taking money from unfamiliar men. It would give her a bad feeling. I don't have any ill intentions with this money. I just want to apologize. If you don't accept it, I won't be able to feel at ease. You seem to have accidentally revealed your surname. The private transactions in the ancient country's trading formation don't allow the two parties to reveal their true identities. This is against the rules. Miss Ling said helplessly. So what if it's against the rules? Those are the rules of the heaven-reaching cult and not the rules between us. Let's get to know each other again. I'm Ning Fan. What about you? Miss Ling felt a headache coming on. Why did she have a feeling that she was being pestered by someone? I'm sorry. I can't tell you my name. Miss Ling said apologetically in the end. Is that so? Ning Fan shook his head with a bitter smile. As expected, the other party still did not want to get to know him. It's not that I don't trust you. Other than being the master of Little Mountain Jia, I also have a secret identity. I am one of the patrolling envoys of the mountain and sea Jia. The names of the patrolling envoys cannot be told to others. There is Yen Ling Xian supervising them. If I break this law, the Li Ground Yi Yen sect that is supervising this law will burn me. Miss Ling explained. She could have pretended that she did not trust Ning Fan and ended the conversation. However, she still gave him an explanation, as if she was worried that Ning Fan would turn off the transaction formation. Sure enough, she was lonely in her heart, and she also longed to communicate with others. Then I'll just call you Lady Ling in the future. In the future? Do you plan to chat with me often in the future? Miss Ling was surprised. If you're unwilling, then forget it. It's not that I don't want to. Anyway, other than patrolling the mountains and planting trees every day, I have nothing else to do. Speaking of which, you have mentioned planting trees several times. Is this your hobby? I've only seen a girl who likes to plant flowers, but I didn't know there was a girl who likes to plant trees. No, planting trees is not my hobby. This has nothing to do with my hobby. It's something that I have to do. In everyone's life, there are many things that must be done. Take me for example. Planting a big toad tree in this life is all my expectation. What's the reason? I don't know the reason. I just feel that just like how I'm waiting for the big toad tree to sprout, it might also be waiting for me. It's waiting for me to plant it, waiting for me to meet it. It's quite an interesting reason. Is it interesting? The other patrolling envoys all said that I'm a boring person. Miss Ling said in a self-deprecating manner. Speaking of which, I've been troubled by something recently. There are obviously people around me who I can talk to, but in order to prevent them from worrying, I still can't talk to them. Oh. Then why don't you tell me about it? Perhaps I can help you. Miss Ling asked curiously. I saw my future. It should be considered as my future. He's terrifyingly strong. I even feel that he's stronger than some fourth-step cultivators. You're the person who knows how to blow your own horn the best I've ever met. Are you trying to tell me that you're worried that your future will be so strong that you won't have any friends? You've searched all over the 3 realms in search of defeat but failed. You want a suitable opponent. The experts of the 3 realms aren't even worthy of sparring with you. Miss Ling was speechless. I'm not joking. Alright, I believe you. Your future is very, very strong, so strong that it's against the heavens. You can become a saint with a single thought, split the heavens with a single thought, create tens of thousands of mountains with a single thought, and destroy everything with a single thought. It seems like I'll lose everything in my future. I'll keep searching, but I'll never be able to find it. Are you serious? Miss Ling's tone became much more serious. I was a little confused before, but in the end, I swept away all my confusion. My Tao heart will not be destroyed by any setback. No one can make me lower my head, let alone take everything away from me. However, I don't know why, but there's a sadness in my heart that I can't erase. I've tried it. Ordinary methods can't make that sadness disappear. Then let's try an unusual method. What method? N. Miss Ling seemed to clear her throat. This is the first time I'm reciting scriptures in front of others. You're not allowed to laugh. Reciting scriptures. Just as Ning Fan was feeling doubtful, he heard a faint voice reciting scriptures coming from the other side of the formation. No, it's not reciting scriptures but humming softly. When Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva was cultivating in the depths of Prajnaparamita, he saw that the 5 skandhas were all empty, transcending all sufferings. Sarira, form is not different from emptiness and emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness and emptiness is form. It's the same for perception, thought, action and consciousness. Sarira is the emptiness of all dharmas. It's neither born nor destroyed, neither dirty nor clean, neither increasing nor decreasing. Therefore, there's no form in the air, no perception, no eyes, no ears, no nose, no tongue, no will, no color, no sound, no fragrance, and no law. There's no vision or even a realm of consciousness. There's no ignorance and there's no end to ignorance. There's no death of old age and there's no end to old age and death. There's no suffering and there's no destruction of the Tao. There's no wisdom and there's no attainment. Because there's no attainment, there's no bodhisattva. Because of Prajnaparamita, there's no worry in the heart. There's no fear, there's no hindrance, there's no illusion, there's nirvana. All the Buddhas of the 3 worlds obtained Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi through Prajnaparamita. Therefore, Prajnaparamita is the great divine mantra, the great bright mantra, the supreme mantra and the unequaled mantra. It can get rid of all suffering and it's real. Therefore, the Prajnaparamita mantra goes like this: uncovering the truth, 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 uncovering the truth. Ning Fan was in a dilemma. She's actually singing Buddhist scriptures for me. He didn't believe in Buddhism. In other words, it was impossible for any ancient devil to believe in Buddhism. Therefore, he didn't like Buddhist scriptures as it went against his Tao. However, Miss Ling's voice was so pleasant that he couldn't help but want to listen to it a few more times. No, it's not simply pleasant. It's a desire that came from the depths of his soul. He wanted to listen to it one more time. He wanted to listen to it one more time. Otherwise, he might not be able to hear it again after tomorrow. Is it nice? After the song ended, Miss Ling asked nervously, as if she was very concerned about the audience's evaluation. It's nice. You believe in Buddhism? I don't. Miss Ling answered straightforwardly. Then why are you still singing Buddhist scriptures? Ning Fan was speechless. Can't I sing it if I don't believe in it? It's fine as long as it's nice and effective. Take a look at your Tao heart. Is it still sorrowful? Is it really not sorrowful anymore? I've heard of this Buddhist Heart Sutra before. It doesn't seem to have such a miraculous effect. Ning Fan was surprised. Of course. Don't you know who's singing it? If you ask a 3rd step saint to sing for you, the effect will be incomparably miraculous. If you go to an old nun in a mortal temple to sing for you, it will be useless even if you sing for 10,000 times. Miss Ling said proudly. Thank you. All right. It's been a pleasure chatting with you. However, it's time to water my sapling. Let's talk another day. If your heart is disturbed in the future, you can come and find me. If you can't find me once, you can try a few more times. If I happen to have the ancient country trading formation open, I will receive your contact and help you again. After turning off the ancient country trading formation, Ning Fan's Dao heart no longer felt uncomfortable. He had to admit that Miss Ling's chanting was really effective. He really wanted to listen to it a few more times even if he did not believe in Buddhism. Impressive, little thief. You actually have the ability to coax the 6th era saint to use his samsara power to sing for you. You're quite capable. The Ant Lord said sarcastically. Is the price very high? Ning Fan frowned. If Miss Ling had to pay a huge price just to sing this sutra, he would have a new layer of guilt. It's not a big price, but it's definitely not easy. Someone who doesn't believe in Buddhism has to use the 3rd step Buddha art. Of course, her primordial chi will be greatly damaged. After that, she will have to rest for a long time to recover. The Ant Lord said gloatingly. Ning Fan's expression became a little unpleasant. He wanted to immediately reopen the trading formation and send some items to Miss Ling to replenish her primordial chi. However, he smiled bitterly at the next moment and stopped that thought. She was a saint. She might not lack what he had. Besides, she was still busy watering her sapling. It was not appropriate for him to disturb her. I'll send her some recovery pills that are more valuable the next time I contact her. Chapter 12:12. After Omniscient Old Man regained his senses a little, Ning Fan talked to him again and asked him about suppressing the Ant Lord. Omniscient Old Man could not remember why he suppressed the Ant Lord in the past. However, he still remembered the method of suppressing the Ant Lord very clearly. It was a method of suppression passed down by the Yin and Yang sect. What it suppressed was not the Ant Lord's physical body or undying soul but the Ant Lord's existence. Suppressing the existence of the Ant Lord also required a powerful existence. Since it was a method of the Yin and Yang sect, it involved both Yin and Yang seals. The male quasi-saint ant of the Light Ant clan was the Yang seal that suppressed the Yang existence of the Ant Lord. The female quasi-saint ant of the Light Ant clan was the Yin seal that suppressed the Yin existence of the Ant Lord. Suppressing an existence, Ning Fan shook his head, indicating that he could only understand a little bit of it. He could not understand the deeper things. Obviously, this kind of suppression method was not something of the 2nd step but something of the 3rd step or even the 4th step. Sigh. Little friend Ning, what should I say about you? Not only did you kill a quasi-saint ant of the Light Ant clan, but you also killed an important Yang seal like the corpse slave king. You even captured 2 of the 4 great Yin seals that I placed in this place and destroyed their cultivation bases. Fortunately, you haven't done anything to Mother Yin and Hua Gu. Otherwise, once the Ant Lord escapes, I will have to spend a lot of effort to suppress her again. You should know that this is suppressing a saint. I'm not afraid if she fights back, but what about the Yin people of your purple battle illusory world? Haven't you heard of this saying? When immortals fight, mortals suffer. When I suppress this bitch again, hee. I'm afraid your purple battle illusory world would have already been torn to pieces. Ning Fan smiled awkwardly. Fortunately, he did not really do anything to Mother Yin and Hua Gu. Otherwise, he might become the sinner of the purple battle illusory world. However, you still destroyed quite a lot of the Yang and Yin seals, weakening the power of the seals. Now, this old man has to nurture new Yang seals and Yin seals. You feel good plucking a quasi-saint and killing one is easy, but do you know how much time and energy I need to spend to cultivate a quasi-saint? Little friend Ning, please don't hurt these little ants again, okay? Can you give this old man some face? Okay. However, it's not as if you didn't do anything good. You actually moved away the Ant Lord's mountain of Tao. I was just worried that I wouldn't have a place to deal with it. This is good, very good. As for the Ant Lord's scattered soul in your sea of consciousness. Sigh, I can only bear with it for now. Wait for this old man to come up with a new method before I try to get rid of her. Before that, don't try any random methods, lest you destroy your own sea of consciousness before you can even kill the Ant Lord. Yes. As this matter concerned the survival of the illusionary world, Ning Fan had no choice but to give up on the idea of plucking Mother Yin and Hua Su. Of course, not being able to pluck them didn't mean that he couldn't do anything. After knowing the bottom line of suppressing the Lord Ant, he no longer had any worries. That night, he punished Mother Inmu and Hua Suo, and also planted a seed relic in the two girls. Even if he did not pluck their primordial Yin, he still obtained the primordial Yin of two quasi-saints. Ning Fan's magic power that had skyrocketed previously had completely stabilized and even improved a little. Then, he released Hua Hua and Hong Lien back to the Light Ant clan and handed them over to Omniscient Old Man to be nurtured again. At this point, the 4 female leaders of the Light Ant clan were all controlled by the relic. They could no longer have the intention to harm Ning Fan. A few days later, with the help of the merit points of the true world, the curse of the sludge monster was successfully lifted. However, Ning Fan did not witness the specific process. After that, when the sludge monster returned the heaven-opening jade book to him, the merit points on it were reduced by 600 points. The strange thing was that even though the curse was lifted, the sludge monster still maintained its mud body. Ning Fan did not know if it was intentional or not. There were still 11,800 merit points left on the heaven-opening jade book. Another 10 days later. After devouring the immemorial Yin wind that Ning Fan had collected, old ancestor Lei Zhe's magic power had improved by 100 tribulations while his injuries were fully healed. He finally walked out of the wind pouch and Ning Fan returned it to him. "Brother Ning, you really are my lucky star. This time, I have broken through a small bottleneck. In the future, I won't be restrained by the bottleneck for a long period of time. I will usher in a new period of improvement in my cultivation base." Ha ha ha. I really don't know how to thank you. Before old ancestor Lei Zhe could thank Ning Fan properly, he saw Omniscient Old Man standing beside him. Then, under Ning Fan's puzzled gaze, the old ancestor of Lei Zhe rubbed his eyes and burst into tears of joy. He directly knelt down in front of Omniscient Old Man and heavily kowtowed a few times. "Martial Uncle He. Is it really you? When you disappeared mysteriously, we were all very worried about you. So you didn't die, didn't die?" Lei Zhe, an in-name disciple of the Yang Yi sect, greets Martial Uncle He. As it turned out, Lei Zhe Patriarch was once an in-name disciple of the Yang Yi sect's Divine Master Nangong. Divine Master Nangong and Omniscient were of the same generation, so it was reasonable for Lei Zhe to call him Martial Uncle. "Move aside. Who's your Martial Uncle He? Don't try to make connections. This old man doesn't know any 2-instrument sect or 3-instrument sect. I don't even know anything about lightning or rain." Omniscient Old Man said with a look of disdain. "Martial Uncle He, have you forgotten? Back then, you were the one who taught me to smell senior sister's underwear. You are my great benefactor. Have you forgotten all about the important experiences we went through together?" Lei Zhe Patriarch said with a pained expression. "Underwear, underwear." Omniscient Old Man's eyes flashed. He seemed to have remembered something. Also, you even brought Martial Nephew to Yi Hong Brothel to drink and discuss Tao. If it wasn't for Martial Uncle He, Martial Nephew would never have understood that there are so many secrets on women, Yi Hong Brothel. The secrets of women. Omniscient Old Man seemed to have thought of something. His nose suddenly became hot and 2 streaks of blood flowed down. He seemed to be really remembering the past. But in the end, his incomplete sea of consciousness made him unable to remember those things. "This old man doesn't know you." Omniscient Old Man sighed. "So that's how it is. Martial Uncle He's sea of consciousness is actually so broken. No wonder, you don't remember, although this old man doesn't remember you. Since you call me Martial Uncle, then you can't call this little friend Ning brother anymore. You have to call him Little Martial Uncle." Call him Martial Uncle. This doesn't make sense. He's just the inheritor of our sect for countless generations. How can a martial nephew call him martial uncle? Isn't that a difference in seniority? It's more appropriate for him to call me martial nephew ancestor. Just call him if he wants you to. Why do you have to talk so much? Are you not going to listen to martial uncle's orders? Omniscient old man's face turned stern. Lei Zhe gave in out of habit. Martial uncle, don't be angry. I'll call him. I'll call him, all right. Sigh. Isn't it just acknowledging one more martial uncle? It's not a big deal. Please don't let your anger affect your health. Just like that, Ning Fan gained a new martial nephew out of nowhere. He had underestimated omniscient old man's influence on old ancestor Lei Zhe. Initially, he thought that old ancestor Lei Zhe would not take omniscient old man's crazy words seriously. However, he was wrong. As omniscient old man gave his order, Lei Zhe actually treated him as his martial uncle. When Ning Fan was standing, Lei Zhe did not dare to sit down. When Ning Fan was sitting, Lei Zhe stood at the side and served him like a servant. His attitude was respectful when he spoke and courteous when he acted. The only thing he lacked was to let Ning Fan rest in the morning and sleep on an ice-warm mat. On this day, when Ning Fan was chatting with Bei Xiaoman, Lei Zhe came to him again. Disciple Lei Zhe has something to ask little martial uncle. As soon as he arrived at Ning Fan's door, old ancestor Lei Zhe actually had the intention to kneel down. Is he going to pay his respects to Ning Fan? How could this be? Ning Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of spiritual tea. Bei Xiaoman, who was standing at the side, was also so shocked that she could not close her mouth. Grandpa Shi Bing had just recovered and he still needed to rest. Recently, she had been busy taking care of Grandpa Shi Bing. Thus, she did not know much about Ning Fan and Lei Zhe. Now that she saw Lei Zhe kneeling to Ning Fan, her view of the world changed. She had always thought that Ning Fan was just a small void refinement realm cultivator. What about old ancestor Lei Zhe? He was one of the three great quasi-saints of the four mystic sects. In the northern heaven, he was already a supreme existence. A dignified quasi-saint of the four mystic sects actually addressed Ning Fan as little martial uncle. Moreover, he even kneeled to him as soon as they met. Am I dreaming? Bei Xiaoman pinched her own face in a daze. She found it unbelievable. It actually hurts a little. I'm actually not dreaming. Don't be silly. Senior Lei Zhe must be joking with me. Ning Fan pointed a finger at Lei Zhe from his sleeve and stopped him from kneeling no matter what. Joking? What kind of joke would make a quasi-saint kneel to a void refinement realm junior? Ordinary people would not believe such words. However, Bei Xiaoman believed it. After all, a woman who is in love would usually have her IQ reduced to a negative value. She would believe the words of the man she likes without a doubt. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't kneel here and there. Ning Fan said helplessly. Yes. Little martial uncle, the sect competition of the Northern Heaven sects is just around the corner. As a quasi-saint of the four mystic sects, I need to attend the second round of the competition. Thus, I can't serve you for the time being. Little martial uncle, please allow me to do so. Old ancestor Lei Zhe said respectfully. Senior, I already have a headache with an omniscient senior acting like a lunatic. You should stop adding to my troubles. Don't call me martial uncle anymore. I'm not used to it. Ning Fan said with a headache. Little martial uncle. You are my senior. How can you call me senior instead? Aren't you torturing your martial nephew? You can call me martial nephew or just call me by my name. Then, fellow Taoist Lei Zhe, you can't call me fellow Taoist. My two rights sect has strict rules. You are the martial uncle, so you should scrupulously fulfill your duty and strictly abide by the sect rules. This seniority must not be messed up. It's already a mess, okay? I'm the descendant of the Black Demon sect, a little disciple of the Heaven and Earth sect who knows how many generations later. You're the senior, okay? Instead, you have to call me Martial Uncle. Forget it. I'll just call you Lei Zhe. Ning Fan was too lazy to argue with him anymore. So be it, Aunt Master. In any case, he wasn't the one who was at a disadvantage. Then, Martial Uncle, can you allow me to leave temporarily? You may leave now. Thank you, Martial Uncle. Oh right, Martial Uncle, do you want to join the second round of the competition? I don't think I can go. When I represented the Black Demon sect in the first round of the grand competition, I violated too many rules of the Northern Heavens and even violated the rules of the grand competition. According to the rules, the Black Demon sect will be disqualified from the second round, disqualification. Who would dare? You're the little Martial Uncle of my Lei Zhe. If anyone dares to disqualify you, I'll slaughter his entire sect. If little Martial Uncle wants to participate in the second round, you can naturally come. At that time, I will prepare the best seats for the Black Demon sect to welcome you. This time, it was Bei Xiaoman's turn to be happy. Little Fan Fan, you also want to participate in the Northern Heavens Grand Competition. Which sect are you representing? Black Luo sect? Or Blackwood sect? I didn't hear it clearly. It's the Black Demon sect. Ning Fan smiled. He knew that Bei Xiaoman did not know about his background. After all, she had only found out about his real name some time ago. Black Demon sect. It sounds familiar. It doesn't seem to be a big sect. Forget it. That's not important. Little Fan Fan, in the second round, can you be my chess soldier? Chess soldier? What's that? You actually don't know about chess soldier? You really don't care about the grand competition of the sects of our Northern Heavens. Seeing Ning Fan's blank expression, Bei Xiaoman suddenly felt superior in terms of intelligence. She explained the rules of the second round to Ning Fan. Unlike the first round, all the sects of the Northern Heavens who participated in the second round would need to use the identity of a chess soldier to find a person among the cultivators of the Lost World Palace to be their chess master. The Northern Heavens Grand Competition was also known as the Battle of the Three Palaces. From the second round onwards, it would be a civil war between the North Palace, South Palace and West Palace of the Lost World Palace. All the sects who participated in the Northern Heavens Grand Competition were just chess soldiers of the Lost World Palace. The disciples of the three palaces of the Lost World Palace would choose their own chess soldiers to help them fight for a place in the second round. I don't understand. Ning Fan was not interested in these complicated rules at all. He did not have much interest in participating in the second round. It's fine if you don't understand. Anyway, you can discuss with the sect master of your Black Demon sect to be my chess soldier in the second round. Although your Black Demon sect isn't a strong sect, it's your fault for having an affair with me. For your sake, I will also protect all of you. It turned out that the reason why Bei Xiaoman wanted to recruit Ning Fan as her chess soldier was because she was worried that Ning Fan's cultivation base was too low. That was why she wanted to use her relationship to secretly protect Ning Fan in the second round. Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. He realized that Bei Xiaoman's misunderstanding of him was getting deeper. Actually, the current sect master of the Black Demon sect is me. What? The Black Demon sect is actually so weak that they have to hire a Void Refinement Realm cultivator to be their sect master. Bei Xiaoman was shocked. Then, her motherly love overflowed and she held Ning Fan's hands tightly. But don't be afraid. You are my chess soldier. You are my man. If I want to protect you, even those powerful beings like Du Zhen and Shi Kong would not be able to hurt you. Du Zhen. Shi Kong. Powerful beings. Actually, I'm stronger than many quasi-saints. Ning Fan explained helplessly. I know. I understand. Your skills in bed are indeed unparalleled. But you have to know that a battle between cultivators isn't like playing with women. The second round is far more dangerous than you can imagine. But no matter how dangerous it is, I will protect you. After all, you are so strong. I can't bear to see anything happen to you. Bei Xiaoman said with a blushing face. Forget it. Ning Fan did not want to explain anymore. The truth would prove that he was not only stronger than ordinary quasi-saints in bed. Originally, Ning Fan was not interested in participating in the second round of the grand competition. However, if he could become Bei Xiaoman's chess soldier and help her a little, he would not mind continuing to participate in this grand competition. Even if he did not even know what a chess soldier was, the second round of the grand competition would only begin in a few months. Ning Fan did not need to go to the Lost World Palace so early to participate in the grand competition. On the other hand, old ancestor Lei Zhe needed to go to the Lost World Palace in advance to supervise the preparations for the grand competition. Bei Xiaoman also needed to go to the Lost World Palace in advance. After all, her identity in the Northern Heaven was a little special. The significance of this grand competition was also very special. Thus, she must go to the Lost World Palace in advance. She had yet to be rescued from the Guangzhou Earth Abyss by old ancestor Lei Zhe after such a long time. The Lost World Palace should already be in a mess. It was time for her to return to the Lost World Palace with old ancestor Lei Zhe. Little Fan Fan, you have to protect yourself. I will wait for you at the Lost World Palace. Until the very end, Bei Xiaoman was still worried about Ning Fan's safety. She was afraid that he would be in danger if he stayed in the Guangzhou Earth Abyss alone. However, only her grandfather Stone Warrior and the stone puppets she brought with her knew how insanely strong Ning Fan was. After being modified by Omniscient Master, Stone Warrior's cultivation base was already at the Immortal King realm. In the Northern Heaven, all Immortal Kings were old ancestor-level existences. However, when he stood next to Ning Fan, he felt that the gap between their cultivation bases was even greater than when they were in the Rain World. What cultivation realm have you reached now? Stone Warrior was filled with emotions and asked. I'm just an Immortal King realm like you. Not bad. After getting your new puppet body, you are much stronger than before. If that's the case, you must protect Xiaoman well in the future. Ning Fan also felt emotional. He smiled and patted Stone Warrior's shoulder to encourage him. He used to be Stone Warrior's master for a period of time. Now that he saw Stone Warrior's complete body, he was actually very happy. However, he did not express it too much. I heard that it was you who helped Omniscient Master modify my puppet body. I, Stone Warrior, will never forget your kindness. Hey, Grandpa Stone Warrior, I also helped you, alright? Why did you only help Xie Xiaofan? Bei Xiaoman curled her lips. Besides, don't believe him. He's not an immortal king. Even though his innate talent is extremely high, his bone age is still young. Even though he can become an immortal king in the future, he is still a small void refinement realm cultivator right now. Of course, you shouldn't underestimate him just because he is just a void refinement realm cultivator. He is very strong. He is invincible against those who are at the same level as him. I'm afraid he is also invincible against those who are one realm higher than him. Bei Xiaoman continued. Miss, you're wrong. Of course, I won't believe that he is an immortal king because he is much stronger than an immortal king. If I didn't know him well, I would definitely suspect that he was hiding his identity as a quasi-saint realm cultivator in the Rain World. Forget it. When the second round begins, you will know how powerful your husband is. I'm afraid the entire Northern Heaven will be shocked. The past was still vivid in his mind, making Stone Warrior sigh. In the past, Ning Fan, who dared to capture him with just a nascent soul realm cultivation base, had now become the strongest expert in the Northern Heaven. People say that the new generation surpasses the old one. However, Ning Fan was not a wave at all. It was clearly a tsunami. Not to mention surpassing the old one, it directly drowned the entire land. The geniuses of the same generation as him are really pitiful. They won't be able to stand out in this lifetime and will forever be suppressed by him. Even after Bei Xiaoman left, Ning Fan did not leave the Guangzhou Earth Abyss. The reason he stayed here was to fulfill his promise to Omniscient Master to conduct some experiments on him. Although it was said to be an experiment, Ning Fan's daily life was really no different from having fun. He always had the Yin Mother and the 4 ants to serve him. Besides, he also had the sludge monster and black devil to play with. His days were very leisurely. Every day, he would be able to consume a large number of spiritual herbs and pills. Those medicinal fruits were not used to improve his cultivation base. Instead, they were used to develop his body's potential. Ning Fan could feel that his strength was growing every day. However, his ancient devil essence qi did not increase at all. It just became a little more solid every day. Senior Omniscient, can I ask you what kind of experiment are you conducting on me right now? Ning Fan asked curiously. Extreme. Omniscient Master only answered Ning Fan with a single word. This single word made Ning Fan confused. Extreme. What's that? It's Master's Tao. Master's Tao is to return all techniques to their origin. There's nothing he won't do. Extreme is divided into yin and yang. It also has 2 completely different directions of development, life and death. The experiment that you're doing now is to prepare for the true extreme state. The muscles of a mortal will never be able to unleash their full strength. At most, they can only use 10 to 20% of their strength. The same goes for immortals. Be it their physical body, primordial spirit or spirit sense, out of self-protection, they will never be able to unleash their full strength. Otherwise, they will harm themselves. Some immortals created secret techniques in order to break through the limits of their bodies. They can increase their cultivation base rapidly within a short period of time. Those secret techniques don't increase their cultivation base. Instead, they break through the limits of their bodies. Therefore, these secret techniques usually have side effects. With this degree of breaking through the limits, they can only unleash 30 to 50% of their cultivation base. Normally, when someone gives up everything and explodes their primordial spirit, that person will be able to completely break through the limits and unleash 100% of their cultivation base. That's why the power of the self-explosion is usually earth-shattering. It's a method that will only be used when they're facing certain death. Master's extreme is not as simple as breaking through the limits of the body. The limit of the body is the 100% of one's cultivation base. Master's Tao is the part that exceeds 100%. You should have felt it. Although your strength is increasing every day, what's supposed to come will still come. Your strength has risen to a bottleneck. This bottleneck is not given to you by anyone. It's set by your body instinctively. This bottleneck is the self-protection mechanism of your body. The experiment that I'm going to do next is to help you forcefully break through this limit. You have to be careful. Once the limit is lifted, you will be able to unleash 100% of your cultivation base. Therefore, you have to control your strength. If you overexert yourself, your body will not be able to withstand the backlash and self-destruct. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.